Introduction. The Ethics of Aristotle is one half of a single treatise of which his Politics is the other half. Both deal with one and the same subject. This subject is what Aristotle calls in one place the philosophy of human affairs, but more frequently political or social science. In the two works taken together we have their author's whole theory of human conduct or practical activity, that is, of all human activity which is not directed merely to knowledge or truth. The two parts of this treatise are mutually complementary, but in a literary sense each is independent and self-contained. The proem to the Ethics is an introduction to the whole subject, not merely to the first part. The last chapter of the Ethics points forward to the Politics and sketches for that part of the treatise the order of inquiry to be pursued, an order which in the actual treatise is not adhered to. The principle of distribution of the subject matter between the two works is far from obvious, and has been much debated. Not much can be gathered from their titles, which in any case were not given to them by their author. Nor do these titles suggest any very compact unity in the works to which they are applied, the plural forms, which survive so oddly in English, ethic_s_, politic_s_, were intended to indicate the treatment within a single work of a group of connected questions. The unity of the first group arises from their centering round the topic of character, that of the second from their connection with the existence and life of the city or state. We have thus to regard the Ethics as dealing with one group of problems and the Politics with a second, both falling within the wide compass of political science. Each of these groups falls into subgroups which roughly correspond to the several books in each work. The tendency to take up one by one the various problems which had suggested themselves in the wide field obscures both the unity of the subject matter and its proper articulation. But it is to be remembered that what is offered us is avowedly rather an inquiry than an exposition of hard and fast doctrine. Nevertheless, each work aims at a relative completeness, and it is important to observe the relation of each to the other. The distinction is not that the one treats of moral and the other of political philosophy, nor again that the one deals with the moral activity of the individual and the other with that of the state, nor once more that the one gives us the theory of human conduct, while the other discusses its application in practice, though not all of these misinterpretations are equally erroneous. The clue to the right interpretation is given by Aristotle himself, where in the last chapter of the Ethics he is paving the way for the Politics . In the Ethics he has not confined himself to the abstract or isolated individual, but has always thought of him, or we might say, in his social and political context, with a given nature due to race and heredity and in certain surroundings. So, viewing him, he has studied the nature and formation of his character, all that he can make himself or be made by others to be. Especially he has investigated the various admirable forms of human character and the mode of their production. But all this, though it brings more clearly before us what goodness or virtue is, and how it is to be reached, remains mere theory or talk. By itself it does not enable us to become, or to help others to become, good. For this it is necessary to bring into play the great force of the political community, or state, of which the main instrument is law. Hence arises the demand for the necessary complement to the Ethics, i.e. a treatise devoted to the questions which center round the inquiry, by what organization of social or political forces, by what laws or institutions can we best secure the greatest amount of good character? We must, however, remember that the production of good character is not the end of either individual or state action. That is the aim of the one and the other, because good character is the indispensable condition and chief determinant of happiness, itself the goal of all human doing. The end of all action, individual or collective, is the greatest happiness of the greatest number. There is, Aristotle insists, no difference of kind between the good of one and the good of many or all. The sole difference is one of amount or scale. This does not mean simply that the state exists to secure in larger measure the objects of degree which the isolated individual attempts, but is too feeble to secure without it. On the contrary, it rather insists that whatever good society alone enables a man to secure have always had to the individual, whether he realized it or not, the value which, when so secured, he recognizes them to possess. The best and happiest life for the individual is that which the state renders possible, and this it does mainly by revealing to him the value of new objects of desire and educating him to appreciate them. To Aristotle or to Plato, the state is, above all, a large and powerful educative agency which gives the individual increased opportunities of self-development and greater capacities for the enjoyment of life. Looking forward, then, to the life of the state as that which aids, support, and combines the efforts of the individual to obtain happiness, Aristotle draws no hard and fast distinction between the spheres of action of man as individual and man as citizen. Nor does the division of his discussion into the _ethics_ and the _politics_ rest upon any such distinction. The distinction implied is rather between two stages in the life of the civilized man, the stage of preparation for the full life of the adult citizen, and the stage of the actual exercise or enjoyment of citizenship. Hence the _ethics_, where his attention is directed upon the formation of character, is largely and centrally a treatise on moral education. It discusses especially those admirable human qualities which fit a man for life in an organized civic community, which makes him the good citizen, and considers how they can be fostered or created and their opposites prevented. This is the kernel of the _ethics_, and all the rest is subordinate to this main interest and purpose. Yet the rest is not irrelevant. The whole situation in which character grows and operates is concretely conceived. There is a basis of what we should call psychology, sketched in firm outlines, the deeper presuppositions and the wider issues of human character and conduct are not ignored, and there is no little of what we should call metaphysics. But neither the psychology nor the metaphysics is elaborated, and only so much is brought forward as appears necessary to put the main facts in their proper perspective and setting. It is this combination of width of outlook with close observation of the concrete facts of conduct which gives its abiding value to the work and justifies the view of it as containing Aristotle's moral philosophy. Nor is it important merely as summing up the moral judgments and speculations of an age now long past. It seizes and dwells upon those elements and features in human practice which are most essential and permanent, and it is small wonder that so much in it survives in our own ways of regarding conduct and speaking of it. Thus, it still remains one of the classics of moral philosophy, nor is its value likely soon to be exhausted. As was pointed out above, the Proem, Book I, cc 1-3, is a prelude to the treatment of the whole subject covered by the _ethics_ and the _politics_ together. It sets forth the purpose of the inquiry, describes the spirit in which it is to be undertaken and what ought to be the expectation of the reader, and lastly states the necessary conditions of studying it with profit. The aim of it is the acquisition and propagation of a certain kind of knowledge, science, but this knowledge and the thinking which brings it about are subsidiary to a practical end. The knowledge aimed at is of what is best for man and of the conditions of its realization. Such knowledge is that which in its consummate form we find in great statesmen, enabling them to organize and administer their states and regulate by law the life of the citizens to their advantage and happiness. But it is the same kind of knowledge which on a smaller scale secures success in the management of the family or of private life. It is characteristic of such knowledge that it should be deficient in exactness, in precision of statement, and closeness of logical concatenation. We must not look for a mathematics of conduct. The subject matter of human conduct is not governed by necessary and uniform laws. But this does not mean that it is subject to no laws. There are general principles at work in it, and these can be formulated in rules, which rules can be systematized or unified. It is all important to remember that practical or moral rules are only general and always admit of exceptions, and that they arise not from the mere complexity of the facts, but from the liability of the facts to a certain unpredictable variation. At their very best, practical rules state probabilities, not certainties. A relative constancy of connection is all that exists, but it is enough to serve as a guide in life. Aristotle here holds the balance between a misleading hope of reducing the subject matter of conduct to a few simple, rigorous, abstract principles, with conclusions necessarily issuing from them, and the view that it is the field of operation of inscrutable forces, acting without predictable regularity. He does not pretend to find in it absolute uniformities, or to deduce the details from his principles. Hence, too, he insists on the necessity of experience as the source or test of all that he has to say. Moral experience, the actual possession and exercise of good character, is necessary truly to understand moral principles and profitably to apply them. The mere intellectual apprehension of them is not possible, or if possible, profitless. The _ethics is addressed to students who are presumed both to have enough general education to appreciate these points, and also to have a solid foundation of good habits. More than that is not required for the profitable study of it, if the discussion of the nature and formation of character be regarded as the central topic of the _ethics. The contents of Book I, cc. 4-12 may be considered as still belonging to the introduction and setting, but these chapters contain matter of profound importance and have exercised an enormous influence upon subsequent thought. They lay down a principle which governs all Greek thought about human life, viz., that it is only intelligible when viewed as directed towards some end or good. This is the Greek way of expressing that all human life involves an ideal element, something which it is not yet and which under certain conditions it is to be. In that sense, Greek moral philosophy is essentially idealistic. Further, it is always assumed that all human practical activity is directed or oriented to a single end, and that end is knowable or definable in advance of its realization. To know it is not merely a matter of speculative interest, it is of the highest practical moment, for only in the light of it can life be duly guided, and particularly only so can the state be properly organized. and administered. This explains the stress laid throughout by Greek moral philosophy upon the necessity of knowledge as a condition of the best life. This knowledge is not, though it includes knowledge of the nature of man and his circumstances, it is knowledge of what is best, of man's supreme end or good. But this end is not conceived as presented to him by a superior power, nor even as something which ought to be. The presentation of the moral ideal as duty is almost absent. From the outset it is identified with the object of desire, of what we not merely judge desirable but actually do desire, or that which would, if realized, satisfy human desire. In fact, it is what we all, wise and simple, agree in naming happiness, welfare or well-being. In what then does happiness consist? Aristotle summarily sets aside the more or less popular identifications of it with abundance of physical pleasures, with political power and honor, with the mere possession of such superior gifts or attainments as normally entitle men to these. With wealth, none of these can constitute the end or good of man as such. On the other hand, he rejects his master Plato's conception of a good which is the end of the whole universe, or at least dismisses it as irrelevant to his present inquiry. The good towards which all human desires and practical activities are directed must be one conformable to man's special nature and circumstances and attainable by his efforts. There is in Aristotle's theory of human conduct no trace of Plato's otherworldliness. He brings the moral ideal in Bacon's phrase down to right earth, and so closer to the facts and problems of actual human living. Turning from criticism of others, he states his own positive view of happiness, and, though he avowedly states it merely in outline, his account is pregnant with significance. Human happiness lies in activity or energizing, and that in a way peculiar to man with his given nature and his given circumstances. It is not theoretical, but practical. It is the activity not of reason but still of a being who possesses reason and applies it, and it presupposes in that being the development, and not merely the natural possession, of certain relevant powers and capacities. The last is the prime condition of successful living and therefore of satisfaction, but Aristotle does not ignore other conditions, such as length of life, wealth, and good luck, the absence or diminution of which render happiness not impossible, but difficult of attainment. It is interesting to compare this account of happiness with Mill's in utilitarianism. Mill's is much the less consistent. At times he distinguishes and at times he identifies happiness, pleasure, contentment, and satisfaction. He wavers between belief in its general attainability and an absence of hopefulness. He mixes up in an arbitrary way such ingredients as not expecting more from life than it is capable of bestowing, mental cultivation, improved laws, etc., and in fact leaves the whole conception vague, blurred, and uncertain. Aristotle draws the outline with a firmer hand and presents a more definite ideal. He allows for the influence on happiness of conditions, only partly, if at all, within the control of man, but he clearly makes the man positive determinant of man's happiness, he in himself, and more particularly in what he makes directly of his own nature, and so indirectly of his circumstances. 'Tis in ourselves that we are thus, but once more this does not involve an artificial or abstract isolation of the individual moral agent from his relation to other persons or things, from his context in society and nature, nor ignore the relative dependence of his life upon a favorable environment. The main factor which determines success or failure in human life is the acquisition of certain powers, for happiness is just the exercise, or putting forth of these in actual living. Everything else is secondary and subordinate. These powers arise from the due development of certain natural aptitudes which belong, in various degrees, to human nature as such, and therefore to all normal human beings. In their developed form they are known as virtues. The Greek means simply goodnesses, perfections, excellencies, or fitnesses. Some of them are physical, but others are psychical, and among the latter some, and these distinctively or peculiarly human, are rational, i.e. presuppose the possession and exercise of mind or intelligence. These last fall into two groups, which Aristotle distinguishes as goodnesses of intellect and goodnesses of character. They have in common that they all excite in us admiration and praise of their possessors, and that they are not natural endowments, but acquired characteristics, but they differ in important ways. 1. The former are excellencies or developed powers of the reason as such, of that in us which sees and formulates laws, rules, regularities, systems, and is content in the vision of them, while the latter involve a submission or obedience to such rules of something in us which is in itself capricious and irregular, but capable of regulation, viz. Our instincts and feelings. 2. The former are acquired by study and instruction, the latter by discipline. The latter constitute character, each of them as a moral virtue, literally so goodness of character, and upon them primarily depends the realization of happiness. This is the case at least for the great majority of men, and for all men their possession is an indispensable basis of the best, i.e. the most desirable life. They form the chief or central subject matter of the ethics. Perhaps the truest way of conceiving Aristotle's meaning here is to regard a moral virtue as a form of obedience to a maxim or rule of conduct accepted by the agent as valid for a class of recurrent situations in human life. Such obedience requires knowledge of the rule, and acceptance of it as the rule of the agent's own actions, but not necessarily knowledge of its ground or of its systematic connection with other similarly known and similarly accepted rules. It may be remarked that the Greek word usually translated reason means in almost all cases in the ethics such a rule, and not the faculty which apprehends, formulates, considers them. The moral virtues and vices make up what we call character, and the important questions arise: 1. What is character? And 2. How is it formed? For character in this sense is not a natural endowment, it is formed or produced. Aristotle deals with these questions in the reverse order. His answers are peculiar and distinctive, not that they are absolutely novel, for they are anticipated in Plato, but that by him they are for the first time distinctly and clearly formulated. 1. Character, good or bad, is produced by what Aristotle calls habituation, that is, it is the result of the repeated doing of acts which have a similar or common quality. Such repetition acting upon natural aptitudes or propensities gradually fixes them in one or other of two opposite directions, giving them a bias towards good or evil. Hence the several acts which determine goodness or badness of character must be done in a certain way, and thus the formation of good character requires discipline and direction from without. Not that the agent himself contributes nothing to the formation of his character, but that at first he needs guidance. The point is not so much that the process cannot be safely left to nature, but that it cannot be entrusted to merely intellectual instruction. The process is one of assimilation. largely by imitation and under direction and control. The result is a growing understanding of what is done, a choice of it for its own sake, a fixity and steadiness of purpose. Right acts and feelings become, through habit, easier and more pleasant, and the doing of them a second nature. The agent acquires the power of doing them freely, willingly, more and more of himself. But what are right acts? In the first place, they are those that conform to a rule, to the right rule, and ultimately to reason. The Greeks never waver from the conviction that in the end moral conduct is essentially reasonable conduct. But there is a more significant way of describing their rightness, and here for the first time Aristotle introduces his famous doctrine of the mean. Reasoning from the analogy of right physical acts, he pronounces that rightness always means adaptation or adjustment to the special requirements of a situation. To this adjustment he gives a quantitative interpretation. To do, or to feel, what is right in a given situation is to do or to feel just the amount required, neither more nor less. To do wrong is to do or to feel too much or too little, to fall short of or overshoot. A mean determined by the situation. The repetition of acts which lie in the mean is the cause of the formation of each and every goodness of character, and for this rules can be given. 2. What then is a moral virtue, the result of such a process duly directed? It is no mere mood of feeling, no mere liability to emotion, no mere natural aptitude or endowment. It is a permanent state of the agent self, or, as we might in modern phrase put it, of his will. It consists in a steady self-imposed obedience to a rule of action in certain situations which frequently recur in human life. The rule prescribes the control and regulation within limits of the agent's natural impulses to act and feel thus and thus. The situations fall into groups which constitute the fields of the several moral virtues. For each there is a rule, conformity to which secures rightness in the individual acts. Thus the moral ideal appears as a code of rules, accepted by the agent, but as yet to him without rational justification and without system or unity. But the rules prescribe no mechanical uniformity, each within its limits permits variety, and the exactly right amount adopted to the requirements of the individual situation, and every actual situation is individual, must be determined by the intuition of the moment. There is no attempt to reduce the rich possibilities of right action to a single monotonous type. On the contrary, there are acknowledged to be many forms of moral virtue, and there is a long list of them, with their correlative vices enumerated. The doctrine of the mean here takes a form in which it has impressed subsequent thinkers, but which has less importance than is usually ascribed to it. In the table of the virtues and vices, each of the virtues is flanked by two opposite vices, which are respectively the excess and defect of that which in due measure constitutes the virtue. Aristotle tries to show that this is the case in regard to every virtue, named and recognized as such, but his treatment is often forced and the endeavor is not very successful, except as a convenient principle of arrangement of the various forms of praiseworthy or blameworthy characters, generally acknowledged as such by Greek opinion. This form of the doctrine is of no great significance. Books IV are occupied with a survey of the moral virtues and vices. These seem to have been undertaken in order to verify in detail the general account, but this aim is not kept steadily in view, nor is there any well-considered principle of classification. What we find is a sort of portrait gallery of the various types of moral excellence. which the Greeks of the author's age admired and strove to encourage. The discussion is full of acute, interesting, and sometimes profound observations. Some of the types are those which are and will be admired at all times, but others are connected with peculiar features of Greek life which have now passed away. The most important is that of justice, or the just man, to which we may later return. But the discussion is preceded by an attempt to elucidate some difficult and obscure points. In the general account of moral virtue and action, Book 3, CCIV, this section is concerned with the notion of responsibility. The discussion designedly excludes what we may call the metaphysical issues of the problem, which here present themselves. It moves on the level of thought of the practical man, the statesman, and the legislator. Coercion and ignorance of relevant circumstances render acts involuntary and exempt their doer from responsibility. Otherwise, the act is voluntary and the agent responsible. Choice or preference of what is done, and inner consent to the deed, are to be presumed. Neither passion nor ignorance of the right rule can extenuate responsibility. But there is a difference between acts done voluntarily and acts done of set choice or purpose. The latter imply deliberation. Deliberation involves thinking. Thinking out means to ends. In deliberate acts, the whole nature of the agent consents to and enters into the act, and in a peculiar sense they are his. They are him in action, and the most significant evidence of what he is. Aristotle is unable wholly to avoid allusion to the metaphysical difficulties, and what he does here say upon them is obscure and unsatisfactory. But he insists upon the importance in moral action of the agent's inner consent, and on the reality of his individual responsibility. For his present purpose, the metaphysical difficulties are irrelevant. The treatment of justice in Book V has always been a source of great difficulty to students of the ethics almost more than any other part of the work. It has exercised influence upon medieval and modern thought upon the subject. The distinctions and divisions have become part of the stock in trade of would-be philosophic jurists. And yet, oddly enough, most of these distinctions have been misunderstood and the whole purport of the discussion misconceived. Aristotle is here dealing with justice in a restricted sense, viz. as that special goodness of character which is required of every adult citizen and which can be produced by early discipline or habituation. It is the temper or habitual attitude demanded of the citizen for the due exercise of his functions as taking part in the administration of the civic community, as a member of the judicature and executive. The Greek citizen was only exceptionally, and at rare intervals if ever, a lawmaker, while at any moment he might be called upon to act as a judge, juryman or arbitrator, or as an administrator. For the work of a legislator, far more than the moral virtue of justice or fair-mindedness was necessary. These were requisite to the rarer and higher intellectual virtue of practical wisdom. Then here, too, the discussion moves on a low level, and the raising of fundamental problems is excluded. Hence, distributive justice is concerned not with the large question of the distribution of political power and privileges among the constituent members or classes of the state, but with the smaller questions of the distribution among those of casual gains, and even with the division among private claimants of a common fund or inheritance, while corrective justice is concerned solely with the management of legal redress. The whole treatment is confused by the unhappy attempt to give a precise mathematical form to the principles of justice in the various fields distinguished. Still, it remains an interesting first endeavor to give greater exactness to Some of the leading conceptions of jurisprudence. Book 6 appears to have in view two aims. 1. To describe goodness of intellect and discover its highest form or forms. 2. To show how this is related to goodness of character, and so to conduct generally. As all thinking is either theoretical or practical, goodness of intellect has two supreme forms, theoretical and practical wisdom. The first, which apprehends the eternal laws of the universe, has no direct relation to human conduct. The second is identical with that master science of human life of which the whole treatise, consisting of the ethics and the politics is an exposition. It is this science which supplies the right rules of conduct, taking them as they emerge in and from practical experience. It formulates them more precisely and organizes them into a system where they are all seen to converge upon happiness. The mode in which such knowledge manifests itself is in the power to show that such and such rules of action follow from the very nature of the end or good for man. It presupposes and starts from a clear conception of the end and the wish for it as conceived, and it proceeds by a deduction which is deliberation writ large. In the man of practical wisdom, this process has reached its perfect result, and the code of right rules is apprehended as a system with a single principle, and so as something wholly rational or reasonable. He has not on each occasion to seek and find the right rule applicable to the situation. He produces it at once from within himself, and can at need justify it by exhibiting its rationale, its connection with the end. This is the consummate form of reason applied to conduct, but there are minor forms of it, less independent or original, but nevertheless of great value, such as the power to think out the proper course of policy in novel circumstances, or the power to see the proper line of treatment to follow in a court of law. The form of the thinking which enters into conduct is that which terminates in the production of a rule which declares some means to the end of life. The process presupposes a clear and just apprehension of the nature of that end, such as the ethics itself endeavors to supply b a correct perception of the conditions of action. A at least is impossible except to a man whose character has been duly formed by discipline. It arises only in a man who has acquired moral virtue. For such action and feeling as forms bad character blinds the eye of the soul and corrupts the moral principle, and the place of practical wisdom is taken by that parody of itself, which Aristotle calls cleverness, the wisdom of the unscrupulous man of the world. Thus true practical wisdom and true goodness of character are interdependent, neither is genuinely possible or completely present without the other. This is Aristotle's contribution to the discussion of the question, so central in Greek moral philosophy, of the relation of the intellectual and the passionate factors in conduct. Aristotle is not an intuitionist, but he recognizes the implication in conduct of a direct and immediate apprehension both of the end and of the character of his circumstances under which it is from moment to moment realized. The directness of such apprehension makes it analogous to sensation or sense perception, but it is on his view in the end due to the existence or activity in man of that power in him which is the highest thing in his nature, and akin to or identical with the divine nature, mind, or intelligence. It is this which reveals to us what is best for us, the ideal of a happiness which is the object of our real wish and the goal of all our efforts. But beyond and above the practical ideal of what is best for man begins to show itself another and still higher ideal, that of a life not distinctively human or in a narrow sense practical, yet capable of being participated in by man, even under the actual circumstances of this world. For a time, however, this further and higher ideal is ignored. The next book, Book 7, is concerned partly with moral conditions, in which the agent seems to rise above the level of moral virtue or fall below that of moral vice, but partly and more largely with conditions in which the agent occupies a middle position between the two. Aristotle's attention is here directed chiefly towards the phenomena of incontinence, weakness of will or imperfect self-control. This condition was to the Greeks a matter of only too frequent experience, but it appeared to them peculiarly difficult to understand. How can a man know what is good or best for him, and yet chronically fail to act upon his knowledge? Socrates was driven to the paradox of denying the possibility, but the facts are too strong for him. Knowledge of the right rule may be present, nay, the rightfulness of its authority may be acknowledged, and yet time after time it may be disobeyed. The will may be good and yet overmastered by the force of desire, so that the act done is contrary to the agent's will. Nevertheless, the act may be the agent's, and the will therefore divided against itself. Aristotle is aware of the seriousness and difficulty of the problem, but in spite of the vividness with which he pictures, and the acuteness with which he analyzes the situation in which such action occurs, it cannot be said that he solves the problem. It is time that he rises above the abstract view of it as a conflict between reason and passion, recognizing that passion is involved in the knowledge which in conduct prevails or is overborne, and that the force which leads to the wrong act is not blind or ignorant passion, but always has some reason in it. But he tends to lapse back into the abstraction, and his final account is perplexed and obscure. He finds the source of the phenomenon in the nature of the desire for bodily pleasures, which is not irrational but has something rational in it. Such pleasures are not necessarily or inherently bad, as has sometimes been maintained. On the contrary, they are good, but only in certain amounts or under certain conditions, so that the will is often misled, hesitates, and is lost. Books 8 and 9 on friendship are almost an interruption of the argument. The subject matter of them was a favorite topic of ancient writers, and the treatment is smoother and more orderly than elsewhere. In the Ethics the argument is clear and may be left without comment to the readers. These books contain a necessary and attractive complement to the somewhat dry account of Greek morality in the preceding books, and there are in them profound reflections on what may be called the metaphysics of friendship or love. At the beginning of Book X, we return to the topic of pleasure, which is now regarded from a different point of view. In Book 7, the antagonists were those who overemphasized the irrationality or badness of pleasure. Here it is rather those who so exaggerate its value as to confuse or identify it with the good or happiness. But there is offered us in this section much more than criticism of the errors of others. Answers are given both to the psychological question, what is pleasure, and to the ethical question, what is its value? Pleasure, we are told, is the natural concomitant and index of perfect activity, distinguishable but inseparable from it, the activity of a subject at its best acting upon an object at its best. It is therefore always and in itself a good, but its value rises and falls with that of the activity with which it is conjoined, and which it intensifies and perfects. Hence it follows that the highest and best pleasures are those which accompany the highest and best activity. Pleasure is therefore, a necessary element in the best life, but it is not the whole of it nor the principal ingredient. The value of a life depends upon the nature and worth of the activity which it involves. Given the maximum of full free action, the maximum of pleasure necessary follows. But on what sort of life is such activity possible? This leads us back to the question, what is happiness? In what life can man find the fullest satisfaction for his desires? To this question, Aristotle gives an answer which cannot but surprise us after what has preceded. True happiness, great satisfaction, cannot be found by man in any form of practical life, no, not in the fullest and freest exercise possible of the moral virtues, not in the life of the citizen or of the great soldier or statesman. To seek it there is to court failure and disappointment. It is to be found in the life of the onlooker, the disinterested spectator, or, to put it more distinctly, in the life of the philosopher, the life of scientific and philosophic contemplation, the highest and most satisfying form of life possible. To man is the contemplative life, it is only in a secondary sense and, for those incapable of their life, that the practical or moral ideal is the best. It is time that such a life is not distinctively human, but it is the privilege of man to partake in it, and such participation, at however rare intervals and for however short a period, is the highest happiness which human life can offer. All other activities have value only because and in so far as they render this life possible. But it must not be forgotten that Aristotle conceives of this life as one of intense activity or energizing. It is just this which gives it its supremacy, in spite of the almost religious fervor with which he speaks of it. The most orthodox of his disciples paraphrases his meaning by describing its content as the service and vision of God. It is clear that he identified it with the life of the philosopher, as he understood it, a life of ceaseless intellectual activity in which at least at times all the distractions and disturbances inseparable from practical life seem to disappear and become as nothing. This ideal was partly an inheritance from the more ardent idealism of his master, Plato, but partly it was the expression of personal experience. The nobility of this ideal cannot be questioned. The conception of the end of man, or a life lived for truth, of a life blissfully absorbed in the vision of truth, is a lofty and inspiring one. But we cannot resist certain criticisms upon its presentation by Aristotle. 1. The relation of it to the lower ideal of practice is left somewhat obscure. 2. It is described in such a way as renders its realization possible only to a gifted few, and under exceptional circumstances. 3. It seems in various ways, as regards its content, to be unnecessarily and unjustifiably limited. But it must be borne in mind that this is a first endeavor to determine its principle, and that similar failures have attended the attempts to describe the religious or the spiritual ideals of life, which have continually been suggested by the apparently inherent limitations of the practical or moral life, which is the subject of moral philosophy. The moral ideal, to those who have most deeply reflected on it, leads to the thought of an ideal beyond and above it, which alone gives it meaning, but which seems to escape from definite conception by man. The richness and variety of this ideal ceaselessly invite, but as ceaselessly defy, our attempts to imprison it in a definite formula or portray it in detailed imagination. Yet the thought of it is and remains inexpugnable from our minds. This conception of the best life is not forgotten in the politics. The end of life in the state is itself well-living and well-doing, a life which helps to produce the best life, the great agency in the production Of such life is the state operating through law, which is reason-backed. By force. For its greatest efficiency there is required the development of a science of legislation. The main drift of what he says here is that the most desirable thing would be that the best reason of the community should be embodied in its laws. But so far as that is not possible, it still is true that anyone who would make himself and others better must become a miniature legislator, must study the general principles of law, morality, and education. The conception of with which he opened the ethics would serve as a guide to a father, educating his children as well as to the legislator legislating for the state, finding in his predecessors no developed doctrine on this subject. Aristotle proposes himself to undertake the construction of it, and sketches in advance the program of the politics in the concluding sentence of the ethics. His ultimate object is to answer the questions: what is the best form of polity, how should each be constituted, and what laws and customs should it adopt and employ? Not till this answer is given will the philosophy of human affairs be complete. On looking back, it will be seen that the discussion of the central topic of the nature and formation of character has expanded into a philosophy of human conduct, merging at its beginning and end into metaphysics. The result is a moral philosophy set against a background of political theory and general philosophy. The most characteristic features of this moral philosophy are due to the fact of its essentially teleological view of human life and action. 1. Every human activity, but especially every human practical activity, is directed towards a simple end discoverable by reflection, and this end is conceived of as the object of universal human desire, as something to be enjoyed, not as something which ought to be done or enacted. Aristotle's moral philosophy is not hedonistic, but it is eudaimonistic. The end is the enjoyment of happiness, not the fulfillment of duty. 2. Every human practical activity derives its value from its efficiency as a means to that end. It is good or bad, right or wrong, as it conduces or fails to conduce to happiness. Thus his moral philosophy is essentially utilitarian or prudential. Right action presupposes thought or thinking, partly on the development of a clearer and distincter conception of the end of desire, partly as the deduction from that of rules which state the normally effective conditions of its realization. The thinking involved in right conduct is calculation of means to an end fixed by nature, and foreknowable action itself is at its best just the realization of a scheme preconceived and thought out beforehand, commending itself by its inherent attractiveness or promise of enjoyment. This view has the great advantage of exhibiting morality as essentially reasonable, but the accompanying disadvantage of lowering it into a somewhat prosaic and unideal prudentialism, nor is it saved from this by the tacking onto it, by a sort of afterthought, of the second and higher ideal, an addition which ruins the coherence of the account, without really transmuting its substance. The source of our dissatisfaction with the whole theory lies deeper than in its tendency to identify the end with the maximum of enjoyment or satisfaction, or to regard the goodness or badness of acts and feelings as lying solely in their efficacy to produce such a result. It arises from the application to morality of the distinction of means and end. For this distinction, for all its plausibility and usefulness in ordinary thought and speech, cannot finally be maintained in morality, and this is vital to its character. Everything is both means and end, and so neither in distinction or separation, and all thinking about it which presupposes the finality of this distinction wanders into misconception, an error. The thinking which really matters in conduct is not a thinking which imaginatively forecasts ideals which promise to fulfill desire or calculates means to their attainment, that is sometimes useful, sometimes harmful, and always subordinate, but thinking which reveals to the agent the situation in which he is to act, both, that is, the universal situation on which as man he always and everywhere stands, and the ever-varying and ever-novel situation in which he as this individual, here and now, finds himself. In such knowledge of given or historic fact lie the natural determinants of his conduct. In such knowledge alone lies the condition of his freedom and his good. But this does not mean that moral philosophy has not still much to learn from Aristotle's Ethics. The work still remains one of the best introductions to a study of its important subject matter. It spreads before us a view of the relevant facts, it reduces them to manageable compass and order, it raises some of the central problems and makes acute and valuable suggestions towards their solution. Above all, it perpetually incites to renewed and independent reflection upon them. J. A. Smith. The following is a list of the works of Aristotle, first edition of works, with omission of Rhetorica, Poetica, and second Book of Economica, 5 vols by Aldus Manutius, Venice, 1495 8. Impression supervised by Erasmus and with certain corrections by Grenius, including Rhetorica and Poetica, 1531, 1539, revised 1550. Later editions were followed by that of Emmanuel Becker and Brandes. Greek and Latin, 5 volumes. The 5th vol contains the index by Bontes. 1831–70, Didet edition, Greek and Latin, 5 vols 1848–74. English translations edited by T. Taylor, with Porphyry's introduction, 9 vols, 1812, under editorship of J. A. Smith and W. D. Ross, 2 vols. 1908–31, Lubedition's Ethica, Rhetorica, Poetica, Physica, Politica, Metaphysica, 1926–33. Later editions of separate works de Anima Torstrick, 1862. Trendelenburg, 2nd edition, 1877, with English translation, L. Wallace. 1882. Beale, 1884, 1896, with English, R. D. Hicks, 1907_Ethica_JS. Brewer, Nicomachean, 1836, W. E. Jelf, 1856, J. F. T. Rogers, 1865, A. Grant, 1857–8, 1866, 1874, 1885, E. Moore, 1871, 1878, 4th edition. 1890, Ramsauer, Nicomachean, 1878, Susmiel, 1878, 1880, revised by O. Apelt, 1903, A. Grant, 1885, I. Bywater, Nicomachean, 1890, J. Burnett, 1900. Historia Animalium Schneider, 1812, Albert and Wimmer, 1860. Dittmeyer, 1907. Metaphysica Schwegler, 1848, W. Christ, 1899. Organon Waits, 1844–6. Poetica Vahlen, 1867–1874, with notes by E. Moore, 1875, with English translation by E. R. Wharton, 1883, 1885, Uberweg, 1870–1875, with German translation, Susmiel, 1874, Schmidt, 1875, Christ, 1878, I. Bywater, 1898, T. G. Tucker, 1899. Underscore de Republica Atheniensium underscore text and facsimile of Papyrus, F.G. Kenyon. 1891, 3rd edition. 1892, Keibel and Wilamowitz Moellendorff, 1891, 3rd edition. 1898, Van Herwerden and Leeuwen, from Kenyon's text, 1891. Blas, 1892, 1895, 1898, 1903, J. E. Sandys, 1893. Underscore Politica underscore Susmiel, 1872, with German, 1878, 3rd edition, 1882. Susmiel and Hicks, 1894, etc. O. Imish, 1909. Underscore Physica underscore C. Prantl, 1879. Underscore Rhetorica underscore Star, 1862. Sprengel, with Latin text, 1867. Copand. Sandys, 1877. Roma, 1885, 1898. English translations of one or more works de anima, with Parva. Naturalia, by W. A. Hammond, 1902. Ethica of Morals to Nicomachean, by E. Pargita, 1745, with Politica by J. Gillies, 1797, 1804, 1813, with Rhetorica and Poetica by T. Taylor, 1818, and later editions. Nicomachean Ethics, 1819, mainly from text of Becker by D. P. Chase. 1847, revised 1861, and later editions, with an introductory essay by G. H. Lewis. Camelot Classics, 1890, re-edited by J. M. Mitchell, New Universal Library, 1906, 1910, by R. W. Brown, Bones Classical Library, 1848, etc., by R. Williams, 1869, 1876, by W. M. Hatch and others, with translation of paraphrase attributed to Andronicus of Rhodes. Edited by E. Hatch, 1879, by F. H. Peters, 1881, J. E. C. Weldon, 1892, J. Gillies, Lubbock's 100 Books, 1893. Historia Animalium, by R. Creswell, Bond's Classical Library, 1848, with Treatise on Physiognomy, by T. Taylor, 1809. Metaphysica, by T. Taylor, 1801, by J. H. M. Mahon. Bones Classical Library, 1848. Organon, with Porphyry's Introduction, by O. F. Owen. Bones Classical Library, 1848. Posterior Analytics, E. Post, 1850. E. S. Birchia, 1901. On Fallacies, E. Post, 1866. Parva. Naturaha, Greek and English, by G. R. T. Ross, 1906, with De Anima, by W. A. Hammond, 1902. Youth and Old Age, Life and Death and Respiration, W. Ogle, 1897. Poetica, with notes from the French of D. Acier, 1705, by H. J. Pye, 1788, 1792, T. Twining, 1789, 1812, with preface and notes by H. Hamilton, 1851, Treatise on Rhetorica and Poetica, by T. Hobbes. Bones Classical Library, 1850, by Wharton, 1883, see Greek version, S. H. Butcher, 1895, 1898, 3rd edition, 1902, E. S. Birchia, 1907, by Ingram. By Water, 1909. De Partibus Animalium, W. Ogle, 1882. De Republica Atheniensium, by E. Post, 1891, F. G. Kenyon, 1891, T. J. Dimes, 1891. De Virtutibus et Vitus, by W. Bridgman, 1804. Politica, from the French of Regius, 1598, by W. Ellis, 1776, 1778, 1888. Mall is universal. Library, 1893, Lubbock's 100 Books, by E. Walford, with Economics. And Life by Dr. Gillies, Bones Classical Library, 1848, J. E. C. Weldon, 1883, B. Jowett, 1885, with Introduction and Index by H. W. C. Davis, 1905, Books I-347, from Becker's text by W. E. Bolland, with Introduction by A. Lang, 1877. Problemata, with Writings of Other Philosophers, 1597, 1607, 1680, 1684, etc. Rhetorica, a summary by T. Hobbes, 1655, new edition, 1759, by the translators of The Art of Thinking, 1686, 1816, by D. M. Crimin, 1812, J. Gillies, 1823, Anon 1847, J. E. C. Weldon, 1886, R. C. Jebb, with Introduction and Supplementary. Notes by J. E. Sandys, 1909, C. under Poetica and Ethica. Secreta, Secretorum, supposititious work, Anon 1702, from the Hebrew version by M. Gaster, 1907, 1908. Version by Lidgate and Burrough, edited by R. Steele. EETS, 1894, 1898. Life, etc. J. W. Blakesley, 1839, A Crichton, Jardines Naturalists. Library, 1843, J. S. Blackie, For Phases of Morals, Socrates, Aristotle, etc., 1871, G. Grote, Aristotle, edited by Urbane and G. C. Robertson. 1872, 1880, E. Wallace, Outlines of the Philosophy of Aristotle, 1875. 1880, A Grant, Ancient Classics for English Readers, 1877, T. Davidson. Aristotle and Ancient Educational Ideals, Great Educators, 1892, F. Sewell, Swedenborg and Aristotle, 1895, W. A. Heidel, The Necessary End. The Contingent of the Aristotelian System, University of Chicago. Contributions to Philosophy, 1896, F. W. Bain, On the Realization of the Possible and the Spirit of Aristotle, 1899, J. H. Hislop, The Ethics of the Greek Philosophers, etc., Evolution of Ethics, 1903, M. V. Williams. 6 essays on the Platonic theory of knowledge as expounded in the later dialogues and reviewed by Aristotle, 1908, J. M. Watson. Aristotle's Criticism of Plato, 1909, A. E. Taylor. Aristotle, 1919, W. D. Ross. Aristotle, 1923. Aristotle's Ethics. Book I. Chapter 1. Every art and every science reduced to a teachable form, and in like manner every action and moral choice aims, it is thought, at some good, for which reason a common and by no means a bad description of the chief good is that which all things aim at. Now there plainly is a difference in the ends proposed, for in some cases they are acts of working, and in others certain works or tangible results beyond and beside the acts of working, and where there are certain ends beyond and beside the actions, the works are in their nature better than the acts of working. Again, since actions and arts and sciences are many, the ends likewise come to be many of the healing art, for instance, health, of the shipbuilding art, a vessel, of the military art, victory, and of domestic management, wealth, are respectively the ends. And whatever of such actions, arts, or sciences range under some one faculty, as under that of horsemanship the art of making bridles, and all that are connected with the manufacture of horse furniture in general, this itself again, and every action connected with war, under the military art, and in the same way others under others, in all such, the ends of the master arts are more choice-worthy than those ranging under them, because it is with a view to the former that the latter are pursued. And in this comparison it makes no difference whether the acts of working are themselves the ends of the actions, or something further beside them, as is the case in the arts and sciences we have been just speaking of. Since then of all things which may be done there is some one end which we desire for its own sake, and with a view to which we desire everything else, and since we do not choose in all instances with a further end in view, for then men would go on without limit, and so the desire would be unsatisfied and fruitless, this plainly must be the chief good, the best thing of all. Surely then, even with reference to actual life and conduct, the knowledge of it must have great weight, and like archers, with a mark in view, we shall be more likely to hit upon what is right, and if so, we ought to try to describe, in outline at least, what it is and of which of the sciences and faculties it is the end. Now one would naturally suppose it to be the end of that which is most commanding and most inclusive, and to this description, one plainly answers, for this it is that determines which of the sciences should be in the communities, and which kind individuals are to learn, and what degree of proficiency is to be required. Again, we see also, ranging under this the most highly esteemed faculties, such as the art, military, and that of domestic management, and rhetoric. Well then, since this uses all the other practical sciences, and moreover lays down rules as to what men are to do, and from what to abstain, the end of this must include the ends of the rest, and so must be the good of man. And grant that this is the same to the individual and to the community, yet surely that of the latter is plainly greater and more perfect to discover and preserve, for to do this even for a single individual were a matter for contentment, but to do it for a whole nation, and for communities generally, were more noble and godlike. Such then are the objects proposed by our treatise, which is of the nature of, and I conceive I shall have spoken on them satisfactorily, if they be made as distinctly clear as the nature of the subject matter will admit, for exactness must not be looked for in all discussions alike, any more than in all works of handicraft. Now, the notions of nobleness and justice, with the examination of which is concerned, admit of variation and error to such a degree, that they are supposed by some to exist conventionally only, and not in the nature of things, but then, again, the things which are allowed to be goods admit of a similar error, because harm comes to many from them, for before now some have perished through wealth, and others through valor. We must be content then, in speaking of such things and from such data, to set forth the truth roughly and in outline, in other words, since we are speaking of general matter and from general data, to draw also conclusions merely general, and in the same spirit should each person receive what we say, for the man of education will seek exactness so. For in each subject as the nature of the thing admits, it being plainly much the same absurdity to put up with a mathematician who tries to persuade instead of proving, and to demand strict demonstrative reasoning of a rhetorician. Now each man judges well what he knows, and of these things he is a good judge. On each particular matter then he is a good judge who has been instructed in and in a general way the man of general mental cultivation. 2. Hence the young man is not a fit student of moral philosophy, for he has no experience in the actions of life, while all that is said presupposes and is concerned with these, and in the next place, since he is apt to follow the impulses of his passions, he will hear as though he heard not, and to no profit, the end in view being practice, and not mere knowledge. And I draw no distinction between young in years, and youthful in temper and disposition, the defect to which I allude being no direct result of the time, but of living at the beck and call of passion, and following each object as it rises. 3. For to them that are such the knowledge comes to be unprofitable, as to those of imperfect self-control, but to those who form their desires and act in accordance with reason, to have knowledge on these points must be very profitable. Let thus much suffice by way of preface on these 3 points: the student, the spirit in which our observations should be received, and the object which we propose. Chapter 2. And now, resuming the statement with which we commenced, since all knowledge and moral choice grasps at good of some kind or another, what good is that which we say aims at? Or, in other words, what is the highest of all the goods which are the objects of action? So far as name goes, there is a pretty general agreement for happiness. Both the multitude and the refined few call it, and living well and doing well they conceive to be the same with being happy, but about the nature of this happiness men dispute, and the multitude do not in their account of it agree with the wise. For some say it is some one of those things which are palpable and apparent, as pleasure or wealth or honor, in fact, some one thing, some another, nay, oftentimes the same. Man gives a different account of it, for when ill, he calls it health; when poor, wealth; and conscious of their own ignorance, men admire those who talk grandly and above their comprehension. Some again held it to be something by itself, other than and beside these many good things, which is in fact to all these the cause of their being good. Now to sift all the opinions would be perhaps rather a fruitless task. So it shall suffice to sift those which are most generally current, or are thought to have some reason in them. And here we must not forget the difference between reasoning from principles and reasoning to principles, for with good cause did Plato to doubt about this, and inquire whether the right road is from principles or to principles, just as in the racecourse from the judges to the further end, or underscore vice versa underscore. Of course, we must begin with what is known, but then this is of 2 kinds: what we underscore do underscore know, and what we underscore may underscore know. Sad smiley 5. Perhaps then as individuals we must begin with what we underscore do underscore know. Hence the necessity that he should have been well trained in habits, who is to study, with any tolerable chance of profit, the principles of nobleness and justice, and moral philosophy generally. For a principle is a matter of fact, and if the fact is sufficiently clear to a man, there will be no need in addition of the reason for the fact. And he that has been thus trained either has principles already, or can receive them easily. As for him who neither has nor can receive them, let him hear his sentence from Hesiod: he is best of all who of himself conceiveth all things. Good again is he too who can adopt a good suggestion, but whoso neither of himself conceiveth nor hearing from another layeth it to heart, he is a useless man. Chapter 3. But to return from this digression, now of the chief good underscore underscore of happiness, men seem to form their notions from the different modes of life, as we might naturally expect. The many and most low conceive it to be pleasure, and hence they are content with the life of sensual enjoyment. For there are 3 lines of life which stand out prominently to view, that just mentioned, and the life in society, and, thirdly, the life of contemplation. Now the many are plainly quite slavish, choosing a life like that of brute animals, yet they obtain some consideration, because many of the great share the tastes of Sardanapalus. The refined and active again conceive it to be honor, for this may be said to be the end of the life in society, yet it is plainly too superficial for the object of our search, because it is thought to rest with those who pay rather than with him who receives it, whereas the chief good we feel instinctively must be something which is our own, and not easily to be taken from us. And besides, men seem to pursue honor, that they may believe themselves to be good. Sad smiley 6. For instance, they seek to be honored by the wise, and by those among whom they are known, and for virtue, clearly. Then, in the opinion at least of these men, virtue is higher than honor. In truth, one would be much more inclined to think this to be the end of the life in society, yet this itself is plainly not sufficiently final, for it is conceived possible that a man possessed of virtue might sleep or be inactive all through his life, or, as a third case, suffer the greatest evils and misfortunes, and the man who should live thus no one would call happy, except for mere disputations' sake. 7. And for these let thus much suffice, for they have been treated of at sufficient length in my encyclia. 8. A third line of life is that of contemplation, concerning which we shall make our examination in the following pages. 9. As for the life of money-making, it is one of constraint, and wealth manifestly is not the good we are seeking, because it is for use, that is, for the sake of something further, and hence one would rather conceive the forementioned ends to be the right ones, for men rest content with them for their own sakes. Yet, clearly, they are not the objects of our search either, though many words have been wasted on them. 10. So much then for these. Again, the notion of one universal good, the same, that is, in all things, it is better perhaps we should examine and discuss the meaning of it, though such an inquiry is unpleasant, because they are friends of ours who have introduced these. 11. Still perhaps it may appear better, nay to be our duty where the safety of the truth is concerned, to upset if need be even our own theories, specially as we are lovers of wisdom, for since both are dear to us, we are bound to prefer the truth. Now they who invented this doctrine of did not apply it to those things in which they spoke of priority and posteriority, and so they never made any of numbers, but good is predicated in the categories of substance, quality, and relation. Now, that which exists of itself, i.e. substance, is prior in the nature of things to that which is relative, because this latter is an offshoot, as it were, and result of that which is on their own principle. Then there cannot be a common in the case of these. In the next place, since good is predicated in as many ways as there are modes of existence, for it is predicated in the category of substance, as God, intellect, and in that of quality, as the virtues, and in that of quantity, as the mean, and in that of relation, as the useful, and in that of time, as opportunity, and in that of place, as abode, and other such like things. It manifestly cannot be something common and universal and one in all, else it would not have been predicated in all the categories, but in one only. Thirdly, since those things which range under one are also under the cognizance of one science, there would have been, on their theory, only one science taking cognizance of all goods collectively, but in fact there are many even for those which range under one category, for instance, of opportunity or seasonableness, which I have before mentioned as being in the category of time. The science is, in war, generalship, in disease, medical science, and of the mean, which I quoted before as being in the category of quantity, in food, the medical science, and in labor or exercise, the gymnastic science. A person might fairly doubt also what in the world they mean by this, that or the other, since, as they would themselves allow, the account of the humanity is one and the same in the very man and in any individual man, for so far as the individual and the very man are both man, they will not differ at all, and if so, then very good and any particular good will not differ, in so far as both are good. Nor will it do to say that the eternity of the very good makes it to be more good, for what has lasted white ever so long is no whiter than what lasts but for a day. No, the Pythagoreans do seem to give a more credible account of the matter, who place one among the goods in their double list of goods and bad sad smiley 12, which philosophers, in fact, Speusippus 13, seems to have followed. But of these matters let us speak at some other time. Now there is plainly a loophole to object to what has been advanced, on the plea that the theory I have attacked is not by its advocates applied to all good, but those goods only are spoken of as being under one, which are pursued, and with which men rest content simply for their own sakes, whereas those things which have a tendency to produce or preserve them in any way, or to hinder their contraries, are called good because of these other goods, and after another fashion. It is manifest then that the goods may be so called in two senses, the one class for their own sakes, the other because of these. Very well then, let us separate the independent goods from the instrumental, and see whether they are spoken of as under one. But the question next arises, what kind of goods are we to call independent? All such as are pursued even when separated from other goods, as, for instance, being wise, seeing, and certain pleasures and honors. For these, though we do pursue them with some further end in view, one would still place among the independent goods? Or does it come in fact to this, that we can call nothing independent good except and so the concrete of it will be naught? If, on the other hand, these are independent goods, then we shall require that the account of the goodness be the same clearly in all, just as that of the whiteness is in snow and white lead. But how stands the fact? Why of honor and wisdom and pleasure the accounts are distinct and different in so far as they're good. The chief good then is not something common, and after one. But then, how does the name come to be common, for it is not seemingly a case of fortuitous equivocation? Are different individual things called good by virtue of being from one source, or all conducing to one end, or rather by way of analogy, for that intellect is to the soul as sight to the body, and so on? However, perhaps we ought to leave these questions now, for an accurate investigation of them is more properly the business of a different philosophy, and likewise respecting for even if there is some one good predicated in common of all things that are good, or separable and capable of existing independently, manifestly it cannot be the object of human action or attainable by man, but we are in search now of something that is so. 14. It may readily occur to any one that it would be better to attain a knowledge of it with a view to such concrete goods as are attainable and practical, because, with this as a kind of model in our hands, we shall the better know what things are good for us individually, and when we know them, we shall attain them. Some plausibility, it is true, this argument possesses, but it is contradicted by the facts of the arts and sciences, for all these, though aiming at some good, and seeking that which is deficient, yet pretermit the knowledge of it. Now it is not exactly probable that all Artisans without exception should be ignorant of so great a help as this would be, and not even look after it, neither is it easy to see, wherein a weaver or a carpenter will be profited in respect of his craft by knowing the very good, or how a man will be the more apt to effect cures or to command an army for having seen there itself. For manifestly it is not health after this general and abstract fashion, which is the subject of the physician's investigation, but the health of man, or rather perhaps of this or that man, for he has to heal individuals. Thus much on these points. Chapter 4. And now let us revert to the good of which we are in search. What can it be? For manifestly it is different in different actions and arts. For it is different in the healing art and in the art military, and similarly in the rest. What then is the chief good in each? Is it not that for the sake of which the other things are done, and this in the healing art is health, and in the art military victory, and in that of house building a house, and in any other thing something else, in short, in every action and moral choice the end, because in all cases men do everything else with a view to this, so that if there is some one end of all things which are and may be done, this must be the good proposed by doing, or if more than one, then these. Thus our discussion after some traversing about has come to the same point which we reached before, and this we must try yet more to clear up. Now since the ends are plainly many, and of these we choose some with a view to others, wealth, for instance, musical instruments, and, in general, all instruments, it is clear that all are not final, but the chief good is manifestly something final, and so, if there is some one only which is final, this must be the object of our search, but if several, then the most final of them will be it. Now that which is an object of pursuit in itself we call more final than that which is so with a view to something else, that again which is never an object of choice with a view to something else than those which are so both in themselves and with a view to this ulterior object, and so by the term absolutely final, we denote that which is an object of choice always in itself, and never with a view to any other. And of this nature happiness is mostly thought to be, for this we choose always for its own sake, and never with a view to anything further, whereas honor, pleasure, intellect, in fact every excellence, we choose for their own sakes, it is true, because we would choose each of these even if no result were to follow, but we choose them also with a view to happiness, conceiving that through their instrumentality we shall be happy, but no man chooses happiness with a view to them, nor in fact with a view to any other thing whatsoever. The same result, 15, is seen to follow also from the notion of self-sufficiency, a quality thought to belong to the final good. Now by sufficient for self, we mean not for a single individual living a solitary life, but for his parents also and children and wife, and, in general, friends and countrymen, for man is by nature adapted to a social existence. But of these, of course, some limit must be fixed, for if one extends it to parents and descendants and friends, there is no end to it. This point, however, must be left for future investigation. For the present we define that to be self-sufficient, which taken alone makes life choice-worthy, and to be in want of nothing. Now of such kind we think happiness to be, and further, to be most choice-worthy of all things, not being reckoned with any other thing. 16. For if it were so reckoned, it is plain we must then allow it, with the addition of ever so small a good, to be more choice-worthy than it was before. Sad smiley 17, because what is put to it becomes an addition of so much more good, and of goods the greater is ever the more choice-worthy. So then happiness is manifestly something final and self-sufficient, being the end of all things which are and may be done. Chapter 5. But it may be, to call happiness the chief good is a mere truism, and what is wanted is some clearer account of its real nature. Now this object may be easily attained when we have discovered what is the work of man, for as in the case of flute player, statuary, or artisan of any kind, or, more generally, all who have any work or course of action, their chief good and excellence is thought to reside in their work, so it would seem to be with man, if there is any work belonging to him. Are we then to suppose that while carpenter and cobbler have certain works and courses of action, man as man has none, but is left by nature without a work? Or would not one rather hold that as eye, hand, and foot, and generally each of his members, has manifestly some special work, so too the whole man, as distinct from all these, has some work of his own. 18. What then can this be? Not mere life, because that plainly is shared with him even by vegetables, and we want what is peculiar to him. We must separate off then the life of mere nourishment and growth, and next will come the life of sensation, but this again manifestly is common to horses, oxen, and every animal. There remains then a kind of life of the rational nature apt to act, and of this nature there are two parts denominated rational, the one as being obedient to reason, the other as having and exerting it. Again, as this life is also spoken of in two ways. 19. We must take that which is in the way of actual working, because this is thought to be most properly entitled to the name. If then the work of man is a working of the soul in accordance with reason, or at least not independently of reason, and we say that the work of any given subject, and of that subject good of its kind, are the same in kind, as, for instance, of a harp player and a good harp player, and so on in every case, adding to the work eminence in the way of excellence, I mean, the work of a harp player is to play the harp, and of a good harp player to play it well. If, I say, this is so, and we assume the work of man to be life of a certain kind, that is to say a working of the soul, and actions with reason, and of a good man to do these things well and nobly, and in fact everything is finished off well in the way of the excellence which peculiarly belongs to it. If all this is so, then the good of man comes to be a working of the soul in the way of excellence, or, if excellence admits of degrees, in the way of the best and most perfect excellence. And we must add, winking sad smiley 20, for as it is not one swallow or one fine day that makes a spring, so it is not one day or a short time that makes a man blessed and happy. Let this then be taken for a rough sketch of the chief good, since it is probably the right way to give first the outline, and fill it in afterwards. And it would seem that any man may improve and connect what is good in the sketch, and that time is a good discoverer and cooperator in such matters. It is thus in fact that all improvements in the various arts have been brought about, for any man may fill up a deficiency. You must remember also what has been already stated, and not seek for exactness in all matters alike, but in each according to the subject matter, and so far as properly belongs to the system. The carpenter and geometrician, for instance, inquire into the right line in different fashion, the former so far as he wants it for his work, the latter inquires into its nature and properties, because he is concerned with the truth. So then should one do in other matters, that the incidental matters may not exceed the direct ones. And again, you must not demand the reason either in all things alike. 21. Because in some it is sufficient that the fact has been well demonstrated, which is the case with first principles, and the fact is. The first step, _I.E. starting point or principle. And of these first principles, some are obtained by induction, some by perception, 22, some by a course of habituation, others in other different ways. And we must try to trace up each in their own nature, and take pains to secure their being well defined, because they have great influence on what follows. It is thought, I mean, that the starting point or principle is more than half the whole matter, and that many of the points of inquiry come simultaneously into view. Thereby, Chapter 6. We must now inquire concerning happiness, not only from our conclusion, and the data on which our reasoning proceeds, but likewise from what is commonly said about it, because with what is true all things which really are in harmony, but with that which is false the true very soon jars. Now there is a common division of goods into three classes, one being called external, the other two those of the soul and body respectively, and those belonging to the soul we call most properly and specially good. Well, in our definition we assume that the actions and workings of the soul constitute happiness, and these of course belong to the soul. And so our account is a good one, at least according to this opinion, which is of ancient date, and accepted by those who profess philosophy. Rightly too are certain actions and workings said to be the end, for thus it is brought into the number of the goods of the soul, instead of the external. Agreeing also with our definition is the common notion that the happy man lives well and does well, for it has been stated by us to be pretty much a kind of living well and doing well. And further, the points required in happiness are found in combination in our account of it. For some think it is virtue, others practical wisdom, others a kind of scientific philosophy, others that it is these, or else some one of them, in combination with pleasure, or at least not independently of it, while others again take in external prosperity. Of these opinions, some rest on the authority of numbers or antiquity, others on that of few, and those men of note, and it is not likely that either of these classes should be wrong in all points, but be right at least in some one, or even in most. Now with those who assert it to be virtue, excellence, or some kind of virtue, our account agrees, for working in the way of excellence surely belongs to excellence. And there is perhaps no unimportant difference between conceiving of the chief good as in possession or as in use, in other words, as a mere state or as a working. For the state or habit, 23, may possibly exist in a subject without affecting any good, as, for instance, in him who is asleep, or in any other way inactive, but the working cannot so, for it will of necessity act, and act well. And as at the Olympic Games it is not the finest and strongest men who are crowned, but they who enter the lists, for out of these the prize men are selected, so too in life. Of the honorable and the good, it is they who act who rightly win the prizes. 24. Their life too is in itself pleasant, for the feeling of pleasure is a mental sensation, and that is to each pleasant of which he is said to be fond. A horse, for instance, to him who is fond of horses, and a sight to him who is fond of sights, and so in like manner just acts to him who is fond of justice, and more generally the things in accordance with virtue to him who is fond of virtue. Now in the case of the multitude of men the things which they individually esteem pleasant clash, because they are not such by nature, whereas to the lovers of nobleness those things are pleasant which are such by nature, but the actions in accordance with virtue are of this kind, so that they are pleasant both to the individuals and also in themselves. So then their life has no need of pleasure as a kind of additional appendage, but involves pleasure in itself. 4. Besides what I have just mentioned, a man is not a good man at all who feels no pleasure in noble actions. 25. Just as no one would call that man just who does not feel pleasure in acting justly, or liberal who does not in liberal actions, and similarly in the case of the other virtues which might be enumerated, and if this be so, then the actions in accordance with virtue must be in themselves pleasurable. Then again they are certainly good and noble, and each of these in the highest degree, if we are to take as right the judgment of the good man, for he judges as we have said. Thus then happiness is most excellent, most noble, and most pleasant, and these attributes are not separated as in the well-known Delian inscription. Most noble is that which is most just, but best is health, and naturally most pleasant is the obtaining one's desires. For all these coexist in the best acts of working, and we say that happiness is these, or one, that is, the best of them. Still, 26, it is quite plain that it does require the addition of external goods, as we have said, because without appliances it is impossible, or at all events not easy, to do noble actions. 4. Friends, money, and political influence are in a manner instruments whereby many things are done. Some things there are again a deficiency, in which mars blessedness, good birth, for instance, or fine offspring, or even personal beauty, for he is not at all capable of happiness who is very ugly, or is ill-born, or solitary and childless, and still less, perhaps supposing him to have very bad children or friends, or to have lost good ones by death. As we have said already, the addition of prosperity of this kind does seem necessary to complete the idea of happiness, hence some rank good fortune, and others virtue, with happiness. Chapter 7. And hence too a question is raised, whether it is a thing that can be learned, or acquired by habituation or discipline of some other kind, or whether it comes in the way of divine dispensation, or even in the way of chance. Now to be sure, if anything else is a gift of the gods to men, it is probable that happiness is a gift of theirs too, and specially because of all human goods it is the highest. But this, it may be, is a question belonging more properly to an investigation different from ours. Sad Smiley 27, and it is quite clear that on the supposition of its not being sent from the gods direct, but coming to us by reason of virtue and learning of a certain kind, or discipline, it is yet one of the most godlike things, because the prize and end of virtue is manifestly somewhat most excellent, nay divine and blessed. It will also on this supposition be widely participated, for it may, through learning and diligence of a certain kind, exist in all who have not been maimed. 28. For virtue. And if it is better we should be happy thus than as a result of chance. This is in itself an argument that the case is so, because those things which are in the way of nature, and in like manner of art, and of every cause, and specially the best cause, are by nature in the best way possible, to leave them to chance what is greatest and most noble would be very much out of harmony with all these facts. 29. The question may be determined also by a reference to our definition of happiness, that it is a working of the soul in the way of excellence or virtue of a certain kind, and of the other goods, some we must have to begin with, and those which are cooperative and useful are given by nature as instruments. 30. These considerations will harmonize also with what we said at the commencement, for we assumed the end of to be most excellent. Now this bestows most care on making the members of the community of a certain character good, that is, and apt to do what is honorable. With good reason then neither ox nor horse nor any other brute animal do we call happy, for none of them can partake in such working, and for this same reason a child is not happy either, because by reason of his tender age he cannot yet perform such actions, if the term is applied. It is by way of anticipation, for to constitute happiness, there must be, as we have said, complete virtue and a complete life, for many changes and chances of all kinds arise during a life, and he who is most prosperous may become involved in great misfortunes in his old age, as in the heroic poems the tale is told of Priam, but the man who has experienced such fortune and died in wretchedness, no man calls happy. Chapter 8. Are we then to call no man happy while he lives, and, as Solon would have us, look to the end? And again, if we are to maintain this position, is a man then happy when he is dead? Or is not this a complete absurdity, especially in us who say happiness is a working of a certain kind? If on the other hand we do not assert that the dead man is happy, and Solon does not mean this, but only that one would then be safe in pronouncing a man happy, as being thenceforward out of the reach of evils and misfortunes, this too admits of some dispute, since it is thought that the dead has somewhat both of good and evil, if, as we must allow, a man may have when alive but not aware of the circumstances, as honor and dishonor, and good and bad fortune of children and descendants generally. Nor is this view again without its difficulties, for, after a man has lived in blessedness to old age and died accordingly, many changes may befall him in right of his descendants. Some of them may be good and obtain positions in life accordant to their merits, others again quite the contrary. It is plain too that the descendants may at different intervals or grades stand in all manner of relations to the ancestors. 31. Absurd indeed would be the position that even the dead man is to change about with them and become at one time happy and at another miserable. Absurd, however, it is on the other hand that the affairs of the descendants should in no degree and during no time affect the ancestors. But we must revert to the point first raised, 32, since the present question will be easily determined from that. If then we are to look to the end and then pronounce the man blessed, not as being so but as having been so at some previous time, surely it is absurd that when he is happy the truth is not to be asserted of him, because we are unwilling to pronounce the living happy by reason of their liability to changes, and because, whereas we have conceived of happiness as something stable and no way easily changeable, the fact is that good and bad fortune are constantly circling about the same people, for it is quite plain that if we are to depend upon the fortunes of men, we shall often have to call the same man happy, and a little while after miserable, thus representing our happy man chameleon-like, and based on rottenness. Is not this the solution? That to make our sentence dependent on the changes of fortune is no way right, for not in them stands the well or the ill, but though human life needs these as accessories, which we have allowed already, the workings in the way of virtue are what determine happiness, and the contrary. And, by the way, the question which has been here discussed testifies incidentally to the truth of our account of happiness. 33, 4-2. Nothing does a stability of human results attach so much as it does to the workings in the way of virtue, since these are held to be more abiding even than the sciences, and of these last again, 34, the most precious are the most abiding, because the blessed live in them most, and most continuously, which seems to be the reason why they are not forgotten. So then this stability which is sought will be in the happy man, and he will be such through life, since always, or most of all, he will be doing and contemplating the things which are in the way of virtue, and the various chances of life he will bear most nobly, and at all times and in all ways harmoniously, since he is the truly good man, or in the terms of our proverb, a faultless cube. And whereas the incidents of chance are many, and differ in greatness and smallness, the small pieces of good or ill fortune evidently do not affect the balance of life, but the great and numerous, if happening for good, will make life more blessed, for it is their nature to contribute to ornament, and the using of them comes to be noble and excellent. But if for ill, they bruise as it were and maim the blessedness, for they bring in positive pain, and hinder many acts of working. But still, even in these, nobleness shines through when a man bears contentedly many and great mischances, not from insensibility to pain, but because he is noble and high-spirited. And if, as we have said, the acts of working are what determine the character of the life, no one of the blessed can ever become wretched, because he will never do those things which are hateful and mean. For the man who is truly good and sensible bears all fortunes, we presume, becomingly, and always does what is noblest under the circumstances, just as a good general employs to the best advantage the force he has with him, or a good shoemaker makes the handsomest shoe he can out of the leather which has been given him, and all other good artisans likewise. And if this be so, wretched never can the happy man come to be. I do not mean to say he will be blessed should he fall into fortunes like those of Priam, nor, in truth, is he shifting and easily changeable, for on the one hand from his happiness he will not be shaken easily, nor by ordinary mischances, but if at all, by those which are great and numerous, and, on the other, after such mischances he cannot regain his happiness in a little time, but if at all, in a long and complete period, during which he has made himself master of great and noble things. Why then should we not call happy the man who works in the way of perfect virtue, and is furnished with external goods sufficient for acting his part in the drama of life? Sad Smiley 35, and this during no ordinary period, but such as constitutes a complete life as we have been describing it. Or we must add, that not only is he to live so, but his death must be in keeping with such life, since the future is dark to us, and happiness we assume to be in every way an end and complete. And if this be so, we shall call them among the living blessed who have and will have the things specified, but blessed as men 36. On these points then let it suffice to have denned thus much. Chapter 9. Now that the fortunes of their descendants, and friends generally, contribute nothing towards forming the condition of the dead, is plainly a very heartless notion, and contrary to the current opinions. But since things which befall are many, and differ in all kinds of ways, and some touch more nearly, others less, to go into minute particular distinctions would evidently be a long and endless task, and so it may suffice to speak generally and in outline. If then, as of the misfortunes which happen to oneself, some have a certain weight and turn the balance of life, while others are, so to speak, lighter, so it is likewise with those which befall all our friends alike, if further, whether they whom each suffering befalls be alive or dead makes much more difference than in a tragedy the presupposing or actual perpetration of the various crimes and horrors. We must take into our account this difference also, and still more, perhaps the doubt concerning the dead whether they really partake of any good or evil. It seems to result from all these considerations that if anything does pierce the veil and reach them, be the same good or bad, it must be something trivial and small, either in itself or to them, or at least of such a magnitude or such a kind as neither to make Happy them that are not so otherwise, nor to deprive of their blessedness them that are. 37. It is plain then that the good or ill fortunes of their friends do affect the dead somewhat, but in such kind and degree as neither to make the happy unhappy nor produce any other such effect. Chapter 10. Having determined these points, let us examine with respect to happiness, whether it belongs to the class of things praiseworthy or things precious, for to that of faculties. 38. It evidently does not. Now it is plain that everything which is a subject of praise is praised, for being of a certain kind and bearing a certain relation to something else, for instance, the just, and the valiant, and generally the good man, and virtue itself, we praise because of the actions and the results, and the strong man, and the quick runner, and so forth. We praise for being of a certain nature and bearing a certain relation to something good and excellent, and this is illustrated by attempts to praise the gods, for they are presented in a ludicrous aspect. 39. By being referred to our standard, and this results from the fact that all praise does, as we have said, imply reference to a standard. Now, if it is to such objects that praise belongs, it is evident that what is applicable to the best objects is not praise, but something higher and better, which is plain matter of fact, for not only do we call the gods blessed and happy, but of men also we pronounce those blessed who most nearly resemble the gods. And in like manner in respect of goods, no man thinks of praising happiness as he does the principle of justice, but calls it blessed, as being somewhat more godlike and more excellent. Eudoxus 42 is thought to have advanced a sound argument in support of the claim of pleasure to the highest prize, for the fact that, though it is one of the good things, it is not praised, he took for an indication of its superiority to those which are subjects of praise. A superiority he attributed also to a god and the chief good, on the ground that they form the standard to which everything besides is referred. For praise applies to virtue, because it makes men apt to do what is noble, but encomia to definite works of body or mind. 41. However, it is perhaps more suitable to a regular treatise on encomia. To pursue this topic with exactness, it is enough for our purpose that, from what has been said, it is evident that happiness belongs to the class of things precious and final, and it seems to be so also because of its being a starting point, which it is, in that with a view to it, we all do everything else that is done. Now the starting point and cause of good things we assume to be something precious and divine. Chapter 11. Moreover, since happiness is a kind of working of the soul in the way of perfect excellence, we must inquire concerning excellence, for so probably shall we have a clearer view concerning happiness. And again, he who is really a statesman is generally thought to have spent most pains on this, for he wishes to make the citizens good and obedient to the laws. For examples of this class we have the lawgivers of the Cretans and Lacedaemonians and whatever other such there have been. But if this investigation belongs properly to, then clearly the inquiry will be in accordance with our original design. Well, we are to inquire concerning excellence, human excellence. Of course, because it was the chief good of man and the happiness of man that we were inquiring of just now. And by human excellence we mean not that of man's body but that of his soul, for we call happiness a working of the soul. And if this is so, it is plain that some knowledge of the nature of the soul is necessary for the statesman, just as for the oculist a knowledge of the whole body, and the more so in proportion as is more precious and higher than the healing art, and in fact, physicians of the higher class do busy themselves much with the knowledge of the body. So then the statesman is to consider the nature of the soul, but he must do so with these objects in view, and so far only as may suffice for the objects of his special inquiry, for to carry his speculations to a greater exactness is perhaps a task more laborious than falls within his province. In fact, the few statements made on the subject in my popular treatises are quite enough, and accordingly we will adopt them here, as that the soul consists of two parts, the irrational and the rational, as to whether these are actually divided, as are the parts of the body, and everything that is capable of division, or are only metaphysically speaking too, being by nature inseparable, as are convex and concave circumferences, matters not in respect of our present purpose. And of the irrational, the one part seems common to other objects, and in fact, vegetative, I mean the cause of nourishment and growth, for such a faculty of the soul one would assume to exist in all things that receive nourishment, even in embryos, and this the same as in the perfect creatures, for this is more likely than that it should be a different one. Now the excellence of this manifestly is not peculiar to the human species, but common to others, for this part and this faculty is thought to work most in time of sleep, and the good and bad man are least distinguishable while asleep, whence it is a common saying that during one half of life there is no difference between the happy and the wretched, and this accords with our anticipations, for sleep is an inactivity of the soul, in so far as it is denominated good or bad, except that in some wise some of its movements find their way through the veil, and so the good come to have better dreams than ordinary men. But enough of this, we must forego any further mention of the nutritive part, since it is not naturally capable of the excellence which is peculiarly human, and there seems to be another irrational nature of the soul, which yet in a way partakes of reason. For in the man who controls his appetites, and in him who resolves to do so and fails, we praise the reason or rational part of the soul, because it exhorts aright and to the best course, but clearly there is in them, beside the reason, some other natural principle which fights with and strains against the reason. For in plain terms, just as paralyzed limbs of the body when their owners would move them to the right are borne aside in a contrary direction to the left, so is it in the case of the soul, for the impulses of men who cannot control their appetites are to contrary points. The difference is that in the case of the body we do see what is borne aside, but in the case of the soul we do not. But it may be not the less 42, on that account are we to suppose that there is in the soul also somewhat besides the reason, which is opposed to this and goes against it, as to underscore how underscore it is different, that is irrelevant. But of reason this too does evidently partake, as we have said. For instance, in the man of self-control it obeys reason, and perhaps in the man of perfected self-mastery, 43, or the brave man, it is yet more obedient. In them it agrees entirely with the reason. So then the irrational is plainly twofold. The one part, the merely vegetative, has no share of reason, but that of desire or appetition generally does partake of it in a sense, in so far as it is obedient to it and capable of submitting to its rule. So too in common phrase we say we have of our father or friends, and this in a different sense from that in which we say we have of mathematics. 44. Now that the irrational is in some way persuaded by the reason, admonition, and every act of rebuke and exhortation indicate. If then we are to say that this also has reason, then the rational, as well as the irrational, will be twofold, the one supremely and in itself, the other paying it a kind of filial regard. The excellence of man then is divided in accordance with this difference, we make two classes, calling the one intellectual, and the other moral, pure science, intelligence, and practical. Wisdom, intellectual, liberality, and perfected self-mastery, moral. In speaking of a man's moral character, we do not say he is a scientific or intelligent but a meek man, or one of perfected self-mastery, and we praise the man of science in right of his mental state, winking sad smiley 45, and of these such as are praiseworthy we call excellences. Book 2, Chapter 1. Well, human excellence is of two kinds, intellectual and moral. Sad smiley 1. Now, the intellectual springs originally, and is increased subsequently, from teaching, for the most part that is, 2, and needs therefore experience and time, whereas the moral comes from custom, and so the Greek term denoting it is but a slight deflection from the term denoting custom in that language. From this fact it is plain that not one of the moral virtues comes to be in us merely by nature, because of such things as exist by nature. None can be changed by custom. A stone, for instance, by nature, gravitating downwards, could never by custom be brought to ascend, not even if one were to try and accustom it by throwing it up 10,000 times, nor could fire again be brought to descend, nor in fact could anything whose nature is in one way be brought by custom to be in another. The virtues then come to be in us neither by nature nor in despite of nature. 3. But we are furnished by nature with a capacity for receiving themu and are perfected in them through custom. Again, in whatever cases we get things by nature, we get the faculties first and perform the acts of working afterwards, an illustration of which is afforded by the case of our bodily senses, for it was not from having often seen or heard that we got these senses, but just the reverse. We had them and so exercised them, but did not have them, because we had exercised them. But the virtues we get by first performing single acts of working, which, again, is the case of other things, as the arts for instance, for what we have to make when we have learned how, these we learn how to make by making. Men come to be builders, for instance, by building, harp players, by playing on the harp, exactly so, by doing just actions we come to be just, by doing the actions of self-mastery we come to be perfected in self-mastery, and by doing brave actions brave. And to the truth of this testimony is borne by what takes place in communities, because the lawgivers make the individual members good men by habituation, and this is the intention certainly of every lawgiver, and all who do not effect it well fail of their intent, and herein consists the difference between a good constitution and a bad. Again, every virtue is either produced or destroyed from and by the very same circumstances. Art too in like manner, I mean it is by playing the harp that both the good and the bad harp players are formed, and similarly builders and all the rest, by building well men will become good builders, by doing it badly bad ones. In fact, if this had not been so, there would have been no need of instructors, but all men would have been at once good or bad in their several arts without them. So too then is it with the virtues, for by acting in the various relations in which we are thrown with our fellow men, we come to be some just, some unjust, and by acting in dangerous positions and being habituated to feel fear or confidence, we come to be some brave, others cowards. Similarly is it also with respect to the occasions of lust and anger. For some men come to be perfected in self-mastery and mild, others destitute of all self-control and passionate, the one class by behaving in one way under them, the other by behaving in another. Or, in one word, the habits are produced from the acts of working like to them. And so what we have to do is to give a certain character to these particular acts, because the habits formed correspond to the differences of these. So then, whether we are accustomed this way or that straight from childhood, makes not a small but an important difference, or rather I would say it makes all the difference. Chapter 2. Since then the object of the present treatise is not mere speculation, as it is of some others, for we are inquiring not merely that we may know what virtue is, but that we may become virtuous, else it would have been useless. We must consider as to the particular actions how we are to do them, because, as we have just said, the quality of the habits that shall be formed depends on these. Now, that we are to act in accordance with right reason is a general maxim, and may for the present be taken for granted. We will speak of it hereafter, and say both what right reason is, and what are its relations to the other virtues. 4. But let this point be first thoroughly understood between us, that all which can be said on moral action must be said in outline, as it were, and not exactly, for as we remarked at the commencement, such reasoning only must be required as the nature of the subject matter admits of, and matters of moral action and expediency have no fixedness any more than matters of health, and if the subject in its general maxims is such, still less in its application to particular cases is exactness attainable. Sad smiley 5, because these fall not under any art or system of rules, but it must be left in each instance to the individual agents to look to the exigencies of the particular case, as it is in the art of healing, or that of navigating a ship. Still, though the present subject is confessedly such, we must try and do what we can for it. First then this must be noted, that it is the nature of such things to be spoiled by defect and excess, as we see in the case of health and strength, since for the illustration of things which cannot be seen we must use those that can, for excessive training impairs the strength, as well as deficient meat and drink, in like manner, in too great or too small quantities, impair the health, while in due proportion they cause, increase, and preserve it. Thus it is therefore with the habits of perfected self-mastery and courage and the rest of the virtues, for the man who flies from and fears all things, and never stands up against anything, comes to be a coward, and he who fears nothing, but goes at everything, comes to be rash. In like manner too, he that tastes of every pleasure and abstains from none comes to lose all self-control, while he who avoids all, as do the dull and clownish, comes as it were to lose his faculties of perception, that is to say, the habits of perfected self-mastery and courage are spoiled by the excess and defect, but by the mean state are preserved. Furthermore, not only do the origination, growth, and marring of the habits come from and by the same circumstances, but also the acts of working after the habits are formed will be exercised on the same. 4. So it is also with those other things which are more directly matters of sight, strength for instance, for this comes by taking plenty of food and doing plenty of work, and the man who has attained strength is best able to do these, and so it is with the virtues, for not only do we by abstaining from pleasures come to be perfected in self-mastery, but when we have come to be so we can best abstain from them. Similarly, too with courage, for it is by accustoming ourselves to despise objects of fear and stand up against them that we come to be brave, and after we have come to be so we shall be best able to stand up against such objects. And for a test of the formation of the habits we must take the pleasure or pain which succeeds the acts, for he is perfected in self-mastery, who not only abstains from the bodily pleasures but is glad to do so, whereas he who abstains but is sorry to do it has not self-mastery. He, again, is brave who stands up against danger, either with positive pleasure or at least without any pain, whereas he who does it with pain is not brave. 6. For moral virtue has for its object matter pleasures and pains, because by reason of pleasure we do what is bad, and by reason of pain decline, doing what is right, for which cause, as Plato observes, men should have been trained straight from their childhood to receive pleasure and pain from proper objects, for this is the right education. Again, since virtues have to do with actions and feelings, and on every feeling and every action pleasure and pain follow, here again is another proof that virtue has for its object matter pleasure and pain. The same is shown also by the fact that punishments are effected through the instrumentality of these, because they are of the nature of remedies, and it is the nature of remedies to be the contraries of the ills they cure. Again, to quote what we said before, every habit of the soul by its very nature has relation to, and exerts itself upon, things of the same kind as those by which it is naturally deteriorated or improved. Now such habits do come to be vicious by reason of pleasures and pains, that is, by men pursuing or avoiding respectively, either such as they ought not, or at wrong times, or in wrong manner, and so forth, for which reason, by the way, some people define the virtues as certain states of impassibility and utter quietude. 7. But they are wrong because they speak without modification, instead of adding as they ought, as they ought not, and a when, and so on. Virtue, then, is assumed to be that habit which is such, in relation to pleasures and pains, as to effect the best results, and vice the contrary. The following considerations may also serve to set this in a clear light. There are principally three things moving us to choice and three to avoidance: the honorable, the expedient, the pleasant, and their three contraries: the dishonorable, the hurtful, and the painful. Now, the good man is apt to go right, and the bad man wrong, with respect to all these, of course, but most specially with respect to pleasure, because not only is this common to him with all animals, but also it is a concomitant of all those things which move to choice, since both the honorable and the expedient give an impression of pleasure. Again, it grows up with us all from infancy, and so it is a hard matter to remove from ourselves this feeling, ingrained as it is into our very life. Again, we adopt pleasure and pain, some of us more, and some less, as the measure even of actions. For this cause then our whole business must be with them, since to receive right or wrong impressions of pleasure and pain is a thing of no little importance in respect of the actions. Once more, it is harder, as Heraclitus says, to fight against pleasure than against anger. Now it is about that which is more than commonly difficult that art comes into being, and virtue too, because in that which is difficult the good is of a higher order, and so for this reason too both virtue and moral philosophy generally must wholly busy themselves respecting pleasures and pains, because he that uses these well will be good, he that does so ill will be bad. Let us then be understood to have stated that virtue has for its object matter pleasures and pains, and that it is either increased or marred by the same circumstances, differently used, by which it is originally generated, and that it exerts itself on the same circumstances out of which it was generated. Chapter 3. Now I can conceive a person perplexed as to the meaning of our statement that men must do just actions to become just, and those of self-mastery to acquire the habit of self-mastery, for, he would say, if men are doing the actions they have the respective virtues already, just as men are grammarians or musicians when they do the actions of either art. May we not reply by saying that it is not so even in the Case of the arts referred to, because a man may produce something grammatical either by chance or the suggestion of another, but then only will he be a grammarian when he not only produces something grammatical but does so grammarian-wise in virtue of the grammatical knowledge he himself possesses. Again, the cases of the arts and the virtues are not parallel, because those things which are produced by the arts have their excellence in themselves, and it is sufficient therefore that these, when produced, should be in a certain state, but those which are produced in the way of the virtues are, strictly speaking, actions of a certain kind, say, of justice or perfected self-mastery, not merely if in themselves they are in a certain state, but if also he who does them being himself in a certain state, first if knowing what he is doing, next if with deliberate preference, and with such preference for the thing's own sake, and thirdly if being himself stable and unapt to change. Now, to constitute possession of the arts these requisites are not reckoned in, excepting the one point of knowledge, whereas for possession of the virtues knowledge avails little or nothing, but the other requisites avail not a little, but, in fact, are all in all, and these requisites, as a matter of fact, do come from oftentimes doing the actions of justice and perfected self-mastery. The facts, 8, it is true, are called by the names of these habits when they are such as the just or perfectly self-mastering man would do, but he is not in possession of the virtues who merely does these facts, but he who also so does them as the just and self-mastering do them. We are right then in saying that these virtues are formed in a man by his doing the actions, but no one, if he should leave them undone, would be even in the way to become a good man. Yet people in general do not perform these actions, but taking refuge in talk they flatter themselves they are philosophizing, and that they will so be good men, acting in truth very like those sick people who listen to the doctor with great attention but do nothing that he tells them, just as these then cannot be well bodily under such a course of treatment, so neither can those be mentally by such philosophizing. Chapter 4. Next, we must examine what virtue is. 9. Well, since the things which come to be in the mind are, in all, of three kinds: feelings, capacities, states, virtue of course must belong to one of the three classes. By feelings, I mean such as lust, anger, fear, confidence, envy, joy, friendship, hatred, longing, emulation, compassion, in short all such as are followed by pleasure or pain. By capacities, those in right of which we are said to be capable of these feelings, as by virtue of which we are able to have been made angry, or grieved, or to have compassionated. By states, those in right of which we are in a certain relation, good or bad, to the aforementioned feelings, to having been made angry. For instance, we are in a wrong relation if in our anger we were too violent or too slack, but if we were in the happy medium we are in a right relation to the feeling, and so on of the rest. Now feelings neither the virtues nor vices are, because in right of the feelings we are not denominated either good or bad, but in right of the virtues and vices we are. Again, in right of the feelings we are neither praised nor blamed. 10. For a man is not commended for being afraid or being angry, nor blamed for being angry merely, but for being so in a particular way. But in right of the virtues and vices we are. Again, both anger and fear we feel without moral choice, whereas the virtues are acts of moral choice, or at least certainly not independent of it. Moreover, in right of the feelings we are said to be moved, but in right of the virtues and vices not to be moved, but disposed, in a certain way. And for these same reasons they are not capacities, for we are not called good or bad merely because we are able to feel, nor are we praised or blamed. And again, capacities we have by nature, but we do not come to be good or bad by nature, as we have said before. Since then the virtues are neither feelings nor capacities, it remains that they must be states. Chapter 5. Now what the genus of virtue is has been said, but we must not merely speak of it thus, that it is a state, but say also what kind of a state it is. We must observe then that all excellence makes that whereof it is the excellence both to be itself in a good state and to perform its work well. The excellence of the eye, for instance, makes both the eye good and its work also, for by the excellence of the eye we see well. So too, the excellence of the horse makes a horse good, and good in speed, and in carrying his rider, and standing up against the enemy. If then this is universally the case, the excellence of man, i.e. virtue, must be a state whereby man comes to be good and whereby he will perform well his proper work. Now how this shall be it is true we have said already, but still perhaps it may throw light on the subject to see what is its characteristic nature. In all quantity then, whether continuous or discrete, 11, one may take the greater part, the less, or the exactly equal, and these either with reference to the thing itself, or relatively to us, and the exactly equal is a mean between excess and defect. Now by the mean of the thing, absolute mean, I denote that which is equidistant from either extreme, which of course is one and the same to all, and by the mean relatively to ourselves, that which is neither too much nor too little for the particular individual. This of course is not one nor the same to all. For instance, suppose 10 is too much and 2 too little. People take 6 for the absolute mean, because it exceeds the smaller. Some buy exactly as much as it is itself exceeded by the larger, and this mean is according to arithmetical proportion, 12. But the mean relatively to ourselves must not be so found, for it does not follow, supposing 10 minus 13 is too large a quantity to eat and 2 too small, that the trainer will order his man 6, because for the person who is to take it this also may be too much or too little. For Milo it would be too little, but for a man just commencing his athletic exercises too much. Similarly, two of the exercises themselves, as running or wrestling. So then it seems every one possessed of skill avoids excess and defect, but seeks for and chooses the mean, not the absolute but the relative. Now if all skill thus accomplishes well its work by keeping an eye on the mean, and bringing the works to this point, whence it is common enough to say of such works as are in a good state, one cannot add to or take aught from them, under the notion of excess or defect, destroying goodness but the mean state preserving it, and good artisans, as we say, work with their eye on this, and excellence, like nature, is more exact and better than any art in the world. It must have an aptitude to aim at the mean. It is moral excellence, _virtue, of course, which I mean, because this it is which is concerned with feelings and actions, and in these there can be excess and defect, and the mean, it is possible, for instance, to feel the emotions of fear, confidence, lust, anger, compassion, and pleasure, and pain generally, too much or too little, and in either case wrongly, but to feel them when we ought, on what occasions, towards whom, why, and as we should do, is the mean, or in other words the best state, and this is the property of virtue. In like manner too with respect to the actions, there may be excess and defect, and the mean Now virtue is concerned with feelings and actions, in which the excess is wrong and the defect is blamed, but the mean is praised and goes right, and both these circumstances belong to virtue. Virtue then is in a sense a mean state, since it certainly has an aptitude for aiming at the mean. Again, one may go wrong in many different ways, because, as the Pythagoreans expressed it, evil is of the class of the infinite, good of the finite, but right only in one, and so the former is easy, the latter difficult, easy to miss the mark, but hard to hit it, and for these reasons, therefore, both the excess and defect belong to vice, and the mean state to virtue, for, as the poet has it, men may be bad in many ways, but good in one alone. Chapter 6. Virtue then is a state apt to exercise deliberate choice, being in the relative mean, determined by reason, and 14, as the man of practical wisdom would determine. It is a middle state between two faulty ones, in the way of excess on one side and of defect on the other, and it is so moreover, because the faulty states on one side fall short of, and those on the other exceed, what is right, both in the case of the feelings and the actions, but virtue finds, and when found adopts, the mean. And so, viewing it in respect of its essence and definition, virtue is a mean state, but in reference to the chief good and to excellence it is the highest state possible. But it must not be supposed that every action or every feeling is capable of subsisting in this mean state, because some there are which are so named as immediately to convey the notion of badness, as malevolence, shamelessness, envy, or, to instance in actions, adultery, theft, homicide, for all these and such like are blamed because they are in themselves bad, not the having too much or too little of them. In these then you never can go right, but must always be wrong, nor in such does the right or wrong depend on the selection of a proper person, time, or manner. Take adultery for instance, but simply doing any one soever of those things is being wrong. You might as well require that there should be determined a mean state, an excess and a defect in respect of acting unjustly, being cowardly, or giving up all control of the passions, for at this rate there will be of excess and defect a mean state, of excess, and of defect, defect. But just as of perfected self-mastery and courage there is no excess and defect, because the mean is in one point of view the highest possible state, so neither of those faulty states can you have a mean state, excess, or defect, but howsoever done they are wrong. You cannot, in short, have of excess and defect a mean state, nor of a mean state excess and defect. Chapter 7. It is not enough, however, to state this in general terms, we must also apply it to particular instances, because in treatises on moral conduct, general statements have an air of vagueness, but those which go into detail one of greater reality, for the actions after all must be in detail, and the general statements, to be worth anything, must hold good here. We must take these details then from the well-known scheme, 15. In respect of fears and confidence or boldness. The mean state is courage. Men may exceed, of course, either in absence of fear or in positive confidence. The former has no name, which is a common case. The latter is called rash. Again, the man who has too much fear and too little confidence is called a coward. 2. In respect of pleasures and pains, but not all, and perhaps fewer pains than pleasures. The mean state here is perfected self-mastery, the defect total absence of self-control. As for defect in respect of pleasure, there are really no people who are chargeable with it, so, of course, there is really no name for such characters, but as they are conceivable, we will give them 1 and call them insensible. 3. In respect of giving and taking wealth, 16, _. The mean state is liberality, the excess prodigality, the defect stinginess. Here each of the extremes involves really an excess and defect contrary to each other. I mean, the prodigal gives out too much and takes in too little, while the stingy man takes in too much and gives out too little. It must be understood that we are now giving merely an outline and summary, intentionally, and we will, in a later part of the treatise, draw out the distinctions with greater exactness. For, in respect of wealth, b. there are other dispositions besides these just mentioned, mean state, called munificence, for the munificent man differs from the liberal, the former having necessarily to do with great wealth, the latter with but small, the excess called by the names either of want of taste or vulgar profusion, and the defect paltriness. These also differ from the extremes connected with liberality, and the manner of their difference shall also be spoken of later. V. In respect of honor and dishonor, a. the mean state greatness of soul, the excess which may be called 17, and the defect littleness of soul. 6. In respect of honor and dishonor, b. now there is a state bearing the same relation to greatness of soul as we said just now liberality does to munificence, with the difference that is of being about a small amount of the same thing, this state having reference to small honor, as greatness of soul to great honor. A man may, of course, grasp at honor either more than he should or less. Now he that exceeds in his grasping at it is called ambitious, he that falls short unambitious, he that is just as he should be has no proper name, nor in fact have the states, except that the disposition of the ambitious man is called ambition. For this reason those who are in either extreme lay claim to the mean as a debatable land, and we call the virtuous character sometimes by the name ambitious, 18, sometimes by that of unambitious, and we commend sometimes the one and sometimes the other. Why we do it shall be said in the subsequent part of the treatise, but now we will go on with the rest of the virtues, after the plan we have laid down. 7. In respect of anger. Here too there is excess, defect, and a mean state, but since they may be said to have really no proper names, as we call the virtuous character meek, we will call the mean state meekness, and of the extremes, let the man who is excessive be denominated passionate, and the faulty state passionateness, and him who is deficient angerless, and the defect angerlessness. There are also 3 other mean states, having some mutual resemblance, but still with differences. They are alike in that they all have 4. Their object matter intercourse of words and deeds, and they differ in that one has respect to truth herein, the other 2 to what is pleasant, and this in 2 ways, the one in relaxation and amusement, the other in all things which occur in daily life. We must say a word or 2 about these also, that we may the better see that in all matters the mean is praiseworthy, while the extremes are neither right nor worthy of praise but of blame. Now of these, it is true, the majority have really no proper names, but still we must try, as in the other cases, to coin some for them for the sake of clearness and intelligibleness. In respect of truth, the man who is in the mean state we will call truthful, and his state truthfulness, and as to the disguise of truth, if it be on the side of exaggeration, braggadocio, and him that has it a braggadocio, if on that of diminution, reserve, and reserved shall be the terms. 2. In respect of what is pleasant in the way of relaxation or amusement, the mean state shall be called easy pleasantry, and the character Accordingly, a man of easy pleasantry, the excess buffoonery, and the man a buffoon, the man deficient herein a clown, and his state, clownishness. 3. In respect of what is pleasant in daily life, he that is as he should be may be called friendly, and his mean state, friendliness, he that exceeds, if it be without any interested motive, somewhat too complaisant, if with such motive, a flatterer, he that is deficient and in all instances unpleasant, quarrelsome and cross. There are mean states likewise in feelings and matters concerning them. Shamefacedness, for instance, is no virtue, still a man is praised for being shamefaced, for in these two the one is denominated the man in the mean state, the other in the excess, the dumbfounded, for instance, who is overwhelmed with shame on all and any occasions, the man who is in the defect, who has no shame at all in his composition, is called shameless, but the right character shamefaced. Indignation against successful vice, 19, again, is a state in the mean. Between envy and malevolence, they all three have respect to pleasure and pain produced by what happens to one's neighbor, for the man who has this right feeling is annoyed at undeserved success of others, while the envious man goes beyond him and is annoyed at all success of others, and the malevolent falls so far short of feeling annoyance that he even rejoices at misfortune of others. But for the discussion of these also there will be another opportunity, as of justice too, because the term is used in more senses than one. So, after this we will go accurately into each and say how they are mean states, and in like manner also with respect to the intellectual excellencies. Chapter 8. Now as there are three states in each case, two faulty either in the way of excess or defect, and one right, which is the mean state, of course all are in a way opposed to one another, the extremes, for instance, not only to the mean but also to one another, and the mean to the extremes, for just as the half is greater if compared with the less portion, and less if compared with the greater, so the mean states, compared with the defects, exceed, whether in feelings or actions, and vice versa. The brave man, for instance, shows as rash when compared with the coward, and cowardly when compared with the rash. Similarly, to the man of perfected self-mastery, viewed in comparison with the man destitute of all perception, shows like a man of no self-control, but in comparison with the man who really has no self-control, he looks like one destitute of all perception, and the liberal man compared with the stingy seems prodigal, and by the side of the prodigal, stingy. And so the extreme characters push away, so to speak, towards each other. The man in the mean state, the brave man, is called a rash man by the coward, and a coward by the rash man, and in the other cases. Accordingly, and there being this mutual opposition, the contrariety between the extremes is greater than between either and the mean, because they are further from one another than from the mean, just as the greater or less portion differ more from each other than either from the exact half. Again, in some cases an extreme will bear a resemblance to the mean. Rashness, for instance, to courage, and prodigality to liberality, but between the extremes there is the greatest dissimilarity. Now things which are furthest from one another, 20, are defined to be contrary, and so the further off the more contrary will they be. Further, of the extremes in some cases the excess, and in others the defect, is most opposed to the mean, to courage, for instance, not rashness which is the excess, but cowardice which is the defect. Whereas to perfected self-mastery not insensibility which is the defect, but absence of all self-control which is the excess. And for this there are two reasons to be given, one from the nature of the thing itself, because from the one extreme being nearer and more. Like the mean, we do not put this against it, but the other, as, for instance, since rashness is thought to be nearer to courage than cowardice is, and to resemble it more, we put cowardice against courage, rather than rashness, because those things which are further from the mean are thought to be more contrary to it. This then is one reason. Arising from the thing itself, there is another arising from our own constitution and make, for in each man's own case those things give the impression of being more contrary to the mean, to which we individually have a natural bias. Thus we have a natural bias towards pleasures, for which reason we are much more inclined to the rejection of all self-control than to self-discipline. These things then to which the bias is, we call more contrary, and so total want of self-control, the excess, is more contrary than the defect is to perfected self-mastery. Chapter 9. Now that moral virtue is a mean state, and how it is so, and that it lies between two faulty states, one in the way of excess and another in the way of defect, and that it is so because it has an aptitude to aim at the mean both in feelings and actions. All this has been set forth fully and sufficiently. And so it is hard to be good, for surely hard it is in each instance to find the mean, just as to find the mean point or center of a circle is not what any man can do, but only he who knows how. Just so to be angry, to give money, and be expensive, is what any man can do, and easy, but to do these to the right person, in due proportion, at the right time, with a right object, and in the right manner, this is not, as before, what any man can do, nor is it easy, and for this cause goodness is rare, and praiseworthy, and noble. Therefore he who aims at the mean should make it his first care to keep away from that extreme which is more contrary than the other to the mean, just as Calypso in Homer advises Ulysses, clear of this smoke and surge thy bark direct. Because of the two extremes, the one is always more, and the other less erroneous, and, therefore, since to hit exactly on the mean is difficult, one must take the least of the evils as the safest plan. Winking sad smiley 21. And this a man will be doing, if he follows this method. We ought also to take into consideration our own natural bias, which varies in each man's case, and will be ascertained from the pleasure and pain arising in us. Furthermore, we should force ourselves off in the contrary direction, because we shall find ourselves in the mean, after we have removed ourselves far from the wrong side, exactly as men do in straightening bent timber. 22. But in all cases we must guard most carefully against what is pleasant, and pleasure itself, because we are not impartial judges of it. We ought to feel in fact towards pleasure as did the old counselors towards Helen, and in all cases pronounce a similar sentence, for so by sending it away from us, we shall err the less. 23. Well, to speak very briefly, these are the precautions by adopting which we shall be best able to attain the mean. Still, perhaps, after all it is a matter of difficulty, and specially in the particular instances, it is not easy, for instance, to determine exactly in what manner, with what persons, for what causes, and for what length of time one ought to feel anger, for we ourselves sometimes praise those who are defective in this feeling, and we call them meek, at another we term the hot-tempered manly and spirited. Then, again, he who makes a small deflection from what is right, be it on the side of too much or too little, is not blamed, only he who makes a considerable one, for he cannot escape observation. But to what point or degree a man must err in order to incur blame, it is not easy to determine exactly in words, nor in fact any of those points which are Matter of perception by the moral sense, such questions are matters of detail, and the decision of them rests with the moral sense. 24. At all events thus much is plain, that the mean state is in all things praiseworthy, and that practically we must deflect sometimes towards excess, sometimes towards defect, because this will be the easiest method of hitting on the mean, that is, on what is right. Book 3, Chapter 1. Now, since virtue is concerned with the regulation of feelings and actions, and praise and blame arise upon such as are voluntary, while for the involuntary allowance is made, and sometimes compassion is excited, it is perhaps a necessary task for those who are investigating the nature of virtue to draw out the distinction between what is voluntary and what involuntary, and it is certainly useful for legislators with respect to the assigning of honors and punishments. Involuntary actions then are thought to be of two kinds, being done either on compulsion or by reason of ignorance. An action is, properly speaking, compulsory when the origination is external to the agent, being such that in it the agent, perhaps we may more properly say the patient, contributes nothing, as if a wind were to convey you anywhere, or men having power over your person. But when actions are done either from fear of greater evils or from some honorable motive, as, for instance, if you were ordered to commit some base act by a despot who had your parents or children in his power, and they were to be saved upon your compliance or die upon your refusal, in such cases there is room for a question whether the actions are voluntary or involuntary. A similar question arises with respect to cases of throwing goods overboard in a storm. Abstractedly, no man throws away his property willingly, but with a view to his own and his shipmates' safety. Anyone would who had any sense. The truth is, such actions are of a mixed kind, but are most like voluntary actions, for they are choice-worthy at the time when they are being done, and the end or object of the action must be taken with reference to the actual occasion. Further, we must denominate an action voluntary or involuntary at the time of doing it. Now, in the given case, the man acts voluntarily, because the originating of the motion of his limbs in such actions rests with himself, and where the origination is in himself, it rests with himself to do or not to do. Such actions then are voluntary, though in the abstract perhaps involuntary, because no one would choose any of such things in and by itself. But for such actions men sometimes are even praised, as when they endure any disgrace or pain to secure great and honorable equivalence. If vice versa, then they are blamed, because it shows a base mind to endure things very disgraceful for no honorable object, or for a trifling one. For some again no praise is given, but allowance is made, as where a man does what he should not by reason of such things as overstrain the powers of human nature, or pass the limits of human endurance. Some acts perhaps there are for which compulsion cannot be pleaded, but a man should rather suffer the worst and die. How absurd, for instance, are the pleas of compulsion with which Nicomachean in Euripides' play excuses his matricide. But it is difficult sometimes to decide what kind of thing should be chosen instead of what, or what endured in preference to what, and much more so to abide by one's decisions, for in general the alternatives are painful, and the actions required are base, and so praise or blame is awarded according as persons have been compelled or no. What kind of actions then are to be called compulsory? May we say, simply and abstractedly, whenever the cause is external and the agent contributes nothing, and that where the acts are in themselves such as one would not wish but choice-worthy at the present time and in preference to such and such things, and where the origination rests. With the agent, the actions are in themselves involuntary, but at the given time and in preference to such and such things voluntary, and they are more like voluntary than involuntary, because the actions consist of little details, and these are voluntary. But what kind of things one ought to choose instead of what, it is not easy to settle, for there are many differences in particular instances. But suppose a person should say, things pleasant and honorable exert a compulsive force, for that they are external and do compel. At that rate every action is on compulsion, because these are universal motives of action. Again, they who act on compulsion and against there will do so with pain, but they who act by reason of what is pleasant or honorable act with pleasure. It is truly absurd for a man to attribute his actions to external things instead of to his own capacity for being easily caught by them, winking sad smiley one, or, again, to ascribe the honorable to himself, and the base ones to pleasure. So then that seems to be compulsory whose origination is from without, the party compelled contributing nothing. Chapter 2. Now every action of which ignorance is the cause is not voluntary, but that only is involuntary which is attended with pain and remorse. 4. Clearly the man who has done anything by reason of ignorance, but is not annoyed at his own action, cannot be said to have done it with his will, because he did not know he was doing it, nor again against his will, because he is not sorry for it. So then of the class acting by reason of ignorance, he who feels regret afterwards is thought to be an involuntary agent, and him that has no such feeling, since he certainly is different from the other, we will call a not voluntary agent, for as there is a real difference it is better to have a proper name. Again, there seems to be a difference between acting because of ignorance and acting with ignorance. For instance, we do not usually assign ignorance as the cause of the actions of the drunken or angry man, but either the drunkenness or the anger, yet they act not knowingly but with ignorance. Again, every bad man is ignorant what he ought to do and what to leave undone, and by reason of such error men become unjust and wholly evil. Again, we do not usually apply the term involuntary when a man is ignorant of his own true interest, winking sad smiley 2, because ignorance which affects moral choice 3 constitutes depravity but not involuntariness, nor does any ignorance of principle, because for this men are blamed, but ignorance in particular details, wherein consists the action and wherewith it is concerned, for in these there is both compassion and allowance, because he who acts in ignorance of any of them acts in a proper sense involuntarily. It may be as well, therefore, to define these particular details, what they are, and how many of is, who acts, what he is doing, with respect to what or in what, sometimes with what, as with what instrument, and with what result, winking sad smiley 4, as that of preservation, for instance, and how, as whether softly or violently. All these particulars, in one and the same case, no man in his senses could be ignorant of, plainly not of the agent, being himself, but what he is doing. A man may be ignorant, as men in speaking say a thing escape them unawares, or as Aeschylus did with respect to the mysteries, that he was not aware that it was unlawful to speak of them, or as in the case of that catapult accident the other day, the man said he discharged it merely to display its operation. Or a person might suppose a sun to be an enemy, as Mera P. did, or that the spear really pointed was rounded off, or that the stone was a pumice, or in striking with a view to save might kill, or might strike when merely wishing to show another, as people do in sham fighting. Now, since ignorance is possible in respect to all these details in which the action consists, he that acted in ignorance of any of them is thought to have acted involuntarily, and he most so who was in ignorance as regards the most important, which are thought to be those in which the action consists, and the result. Further, not only must the ignorance be of this kind, to constitute an action involuntary, but it must be also understood that the action is followed by pain and regret. Chapter 3. Now, since all involuntary action is either upon compulsion or by reason of ignorance, voluntary action would seem to be that whose origination is in the agent, he being aware of the particular details in which the action consists. 4. It may be, men are not justified by calling those actions involuntary, which are done by reason of anger or lust. Because, in the first place, if this be so, no other animal but man, and not even children, can be said to act voluntarily. Next, is it meant that we never act voluntarily when we act from lust or anger, or that we act voluntarily in doing what is right and involuntarily in doing what is discreditable? The latter supposition is absurd, since the cause is one and the same. Then as to the former, it is a strange thing to maintain actions to be involuntary which we are bound to grasp at. Now there are occasions on which anger is a duty. 5. And there are things which we are bound to lust after. 6. Health, for instance, and learning. Again, whereas actions strictly involuntary are thought to be attended with pain, those which are done to gratify lust are thought to be pleasant. Again, how does the involuntariness make any difference? 7. Between wrong actions done from deliberate calculation and those done by reason of anger? For both ought to be avoided, and the irrational feelings are thought to be just as natural to man as reason, and so of course must be such actions of the individual as are done from anger and lust. It is absurd then to class these actions among the involuntary. Chapter 4. Having thus drawn out the distinction between voluntary and involuntary action, our next step is to examine into the nature of moral choice, because this seems most intimately connected with virtue and to be a more decisive test of moral character than a man's acts are. Now, moral choice is plainly voluntary, but the two are not coextensive, voluntary being the more comprehensive term, for first, children and all other animals share in voluntary action but not in moral choice, and next, sudden actions we call voluntary but do not ascribe them to moral choice. Nor do they appear to be right who say it is lust or anger, or wish, or opinion of a certain kind, because, in the first place, moral choice is not shared by the irrational animals while lust and anger are. Next, the man who fails of self-control acts from lust but not from moral choice. The man of self-control, on the contrary, from moral choice, not from lust. Again, whereas lust is frequently opposed to moral choice, lust is not to lust. Lastly, the object matter of lust is the pleasant and the painful, but of moral choice neither the one nor the other. Still less can it be anger, because actions done from anger are thought generally to be least of all consequent on moral choice. Nor is it wish either, though appearing closely connected with it, because, in the first place, moral choice has not for its objects impossibilities, and if a man were to say he chose them he would be thought to be a fool, but wish may have impossible things for its objects, immortality for instance. Wish again may be exercised on things in the accomplishment of which oneself could have nothing to do, as the success of any particular actor or athlete, but no man chooses things of this nature, only such as he believes he may himself be instrumental in procuring. Further, Wish has for its object the end rather, but moral choice the means to the end. For instance, we wish to be healthy but we choose the means which will make us so, or happiness again we wish for, and commonly say so, but to say we choose is not an appropriate term. Because, in short, the province of moral choice seems to be those things which are in our own power. Neither can it be opinion, for opinion is thought to be unlimited in its range of objects, and to be exercised as well upon things eternal, and impossible as on those which are in our own power. Again, opinion is logically divided into true and false, not into good and bad as moral choice is. However, nobody perhaps maintains its identity with opinion simply, but it is not the same with opinion of any kind. 8. Because by choosing good and bad things we are constituted of a certain character, but by having opinions on them we are not. Again, we choose to take or avoid, and so on, but we opine what a thing is, or for what it is serviceable, or how, but we do not opine to take or avoid. Further, moral choice is commended rather for having a right object than for being judicious, but opinion for being formed in accordance with truth. Again, we choose such things as we pretty well know to be good, but we form opinions respecting such as we do not know at all. And it is not thought that choosing and opining best always go together, but that some opine the better course, and yet by reason of viciousness choose not the things which they should. It may be urged that opinion always precedes or accompanies moral choice. Be it so, this makes no difference, for this is not the point in question, but whether moral choice is the same as opinion of a certain kind. Since then it is none of the aforementioned things, what is it, or how is it characterized? Voluntary it plainly is, but not all voluntary action is an object of moral choice. May we not say then, it is that voluntary which has passed through a stage of previous deliberation, because moral choice is attended with reasoning and intellectual process. The etymology of its Greek name seems to give a hint of it, being when analyzed, chosen in preference to somewhat else. Chapter 5. Well then, do men deliberate about everything, and is anything soever the object of deliberation, or are there some matters with respect to which there is none? It may be as well perhaps to say that by object of deliberation is meant such matter as a sensible man would deliberate upon, not what any fool or madman might. Well, about eternal things no one deliberates, as, for instance, the universe, or the incommensurability of the diameter and side of a square, nor again about things which are in motion but which always happen in the same way either necessarily, or naturally, or from some other cause, as the solstices or the sunrise, nor about those which are variable, as drought and rains, nor fortuitous matters, as finding of treasure, nor in fact even about all human affairs. No Lacedaemonian, for instance, deliberates as to the best course for the Scythian government to adopt, because in such cases we have no power over the result. But we do deliberate respecting such practical matters as are in our own power, which are what are left after all our exclusions. I have adopted this division because causes seem to be divisible into nature, necessity, chance, and moreover intellect, and all human powers. And as man in general deliberates about what man in general can effect, so individuals do about such practical things as can be effected through their own instrumentality. Again, we do not deliberate respecting such arts or sciences as are exact and independent, as, for instance, about written characters, because we have no doubt how they should be formed, but we do deliberate on all such things as are usually done through our own Instrumentality, but not invariably in the same way as, for instance, about matters connected with the healing art or with money-making, and, again, more about piloting ships than gymnastic exercises, because the former has been less exactly determined, and so forth, and more about arts than sciences, because we more frequently doubt respecting the former. So then deliberation takes place in such matters as are under general laws, but still uncertain how in any given case they will issue, in which there is some indefiniteness, and for great matters we associate coadjutors in council, distrusting our ability to settle them alone. Further, we deliberate not about ends, but means to ends. No physician, for instance, deliberates whether he will cure, nor orator whether he will persuade, nor statesman whether he will produce a good constitution, nor in fact any man in any other function about his particular end, but having set before them a certain end they look how, and through what means it may be accomplished, if there is a choice of means. They examine further which are easiest and most creditable, or, if there is but one means of accomplishing the object, then how it may be through this again through what, till they come to the first cause, and this will be the last found, for a man engaged in a process of deliberation seems to seek and analyze, as a man, to solve a problem, analyses the figure given him. And plainly not every search is deliberation, those in mathematics to wit, but every deliberation is a search, and the last step in the analysis is the first in the constructive process. And if in the course of their search men come upon an impossibility, they give it up, if money, for instance, be necessary, but cannot be got, but if the thing appears possible they then attempt to do it. And by possible I mean what may be done through our own instrumentality. Of course what may be done through our friends is through our own instrumentality in a certain sense, because the origination in such cases rests with us, and the object of search is sometimes the necessary instruments, sometimes the method of using them, and similarly in the rest sometimes through what, and sometimes how or through what. 9. So it seems, as has been said, that man is the originator of his actions, and deliberation has for its object whatever may be done through one's own instrumentality, and the actions are with a view to other things, and so it is not the end, but the means to ends on which deliberation is employed. Nor, again, is it employed on matters of detail, as whether the substance before me is bread, or has been properly cooked, for these come under the province of sense, and if a man is to be always deliberating, he may go on ad infinitum . Further, exactly the same matter is the object both of deliberation and moral choice, but that which is the object of moral choice is thenceforward separated off and definite. 10. Because by object of moral choice is denoted that which after deliberation has been preferred to something else, for each man leaves off searching how he shall do a thing when he has brought the origination up to himself. To the governing principle in himself. 11. Because it is this which makes the choice. A good illustration of this is furnished by the old regal constitutions which Homer drew from, in which the kings would announce to the commonalty what they had determined before. Now since that which is the object of moral choice is something in our own power, which is the object of deliberation and the grasping of the will, moral choice must be a grasping after something in our own power, consequent upon deliberation, because after having deliberated we decide, and then grasp by our will in accordance with the result of our deliberation. 12. Let this be accepted as a sketch of the nature and object of moral choice, that object being the means to ends. Chapter 6. That which has for its object matter the end has been already stated. But there are two opinions respecting it, some thinking that its object is real good, others whatever impresses the mind with a notion of good. Now those who maintain that the object of wish is real good are beset by this difficulty, that what is wished for by him who chooses wrongly is not really an object of wish, because, on their theory, if it is an object of wish, it must be good, but it is, in the case supposed, evil. Those who maintain, on the contrary, that that which impresses the mind with a notion of good is properly the object of wish, have to meet this difficulty, that there is nothing naturally an object of wish, but to each individual whatever seems good to him. Now different people have different notions, and it may chance contrary ones. But if these opinions do not satisfy us, may we not say that, abstractedly and as a matter of objective truth, the really good is the object of wish, but to each individual whatever impresses his mind with the notion of good. 13. And so to the good man that is an object of wish which is really and truly so, but to the bad man anything may be, just as physically those things are wholesome to the healthy which are really so, but other things to the sick, and so too of bitter and sweet, and hot and heavy, and so on. For the good man judges in every instance correctly, and in every instance the notion conveyed to his mind is the true one. For there are fair and pleasant things peculiar to, and so varying with each state, and perhaps the most distinguishing characteristic of the good man is his seeing the truth in every instance, he being, in fact, the rule and measure of these matters. The multitude of men seem to be deceived by reason of pleasure, because, though it is not really a good, it impresses their minds with the notion of goodness, so they choose what is pleasant as good and avoid pain as an evil. Chapter 7. Now since the end is the object of wish, and the means to the end of deliberation and moral choice, the actions regarding these matters must be in the way of moral choice, voluntary, but the acts of working out the virtues are such actions, and therefore virtue is in our power. And so too is vice, because wherever it is in our power to do, it is also in our power to forbear doing, and vice versa. Therefore if the doing, being in a given case creditable, is in our power, so too is the forbearing, which is in the same case discreditable, and vice versa. But if it is in our power to do and to forbear doing what is creditable, or the contrary, and these respectively constitute the being good or bad, then the being good or vicious characters is in our power. As for the well-known saying, no man voluntarily is wicked or involuntarily happy, it is partly true, partly false, for no man is happy against his will, of course, but wickedness is voluntary, or must. We dispute the statements lately made, and not say that man is the originator or generator of his actions as much as of his children. But if this is matter of plain manifest fact, and we cannot refer our actions to any other originations beside those in our own power, those things must be in our own power, and so voluntary, the originations of which are in ourselves. Moreover, testimony seems to be borne to these positions both privately, by individuals, and by lawgivers too, in that they chastise and punish those who do wrong, unless they do so on compulsion, or by reason of ignorance which is not self-caused, while they honor those who act rightly, under the notion of being likely to encourage the latter and restrain the former. But such things as are not in our own power, not voluntary, no one thinks of encouraging us to do, knowing it to be of no avail for one to have been persuaded not to be hot, for instance, or feel pain, or be hungry, and so forth, because we shall have those sensations all the same. And what makes the case stronger is this, that they chastise for the very fact of ignorance, when it is thought to be self-caused. To the drunken, for instance, penalties are double, because the origination in such case lies in a man's own self, for he might have helped getting drunk, and this is the cause of his ignorance. Again, those also who are ignorant of legal regulations which they are bound to know, and which are not hard to know, they chastise, and similarly in all other cases where neglect is thought to be the cause of the ignorance, under the notion that it was in their power to prevent their ignorance, because they might have paid attention. But perhaps a man is of such a character that he cannot attend to such things, still men are themselves the causes of having become such characters by living carelessly, and also of being unjust or destitute of self-control, the former by doing evil actions, the latter by spending their time in drinking and such like, because the particular acts of working form corresponding characters, as is shown by those who are practicing for any contest or particular course of action. For such men persevere in the acts of working. As for the plea that a man did not know that habits are produced from separate acts of working, we reply, such ignorance is a mark of excessive stupidity. Furthermore, it is wholly irrelevant to say that the man who acts unjustly or dissolutely does not wish to attain the habits of these vices, for if a man wittingly does those things whereby he must become unjust, he is to all intents and purposes unjust voluntarily, but he cannot with a wish cease to be unjust and become just. For, to take the analogous case, the sick man cannot with a wish be well again, yet in a supposable case he is voluntarily ill because he has produced his sickness by living intemperately and disregarding his physicians. There was a time then when he might have helped being ill, but now he has let himself go, he cannot any longer, just as he who has let a stone out of his hand cannot recall it. 14. And yet it rested with him to aim and throw it, because the origination was in his power. Just so the unjust man, and he who has lost all self-control, might originally have helped being what they are, and so they are voluntarily what they are, but now that they are become so, they no longer have the power of being otherwise. And not only are mental diseases voluntary, but the bodily are so in some men, whom we accordingly blame, for such as are naturally deformed. No one blames, only such as are so by reason of want of exercise, and neglect, and so too of weakness and maiming. No one would think of upbraiding, but would rather compassionate a man who is blind by nature, or from disease, or from an accident, but every one would blame him who was so from excess of wine, or any other kind of intemperance. It seems, then, that in respect of bodily diseases, those which depend on ourselves are censured, those which do not are not censured, and if so, then in the case of the mental disorders, those which are censured must depend upon ourselves. But suppose a man to say, that, by our own admission, all men aim at that which conveys to their minds an impression of good, and that men have no control over this impression, but that the end impresses each with a notion correspondent to his own individual character, that to be sure if each man is in a way the cause of his own moral state, so he will be also of the kind of impression he receives, whereas, if this is not so, no one is the cause to himself of doing evil actions, but he does them by reason of ignorance of the true end, supposing that through their means he will secure the chief good. Further, that this Aiming at the end is no matter of one's own choice, but one must be born with a power of mental vision, so to speak, whereby to judge fairly and choose that which is really good, and he is blessed by nature who has this naturally well, because it is the most important thing and the fairest, and what a man cannot get or learn from another, but will have such as nature has given it, and for this to be so given well and fairly would be excellence of nature in the highest and truest sense. If all this be true, how will virtue be a whit more voluntary than vice? Alike to the good man and the bad, the end gives its impression, and is fixed by nature, or howsoever you like to say, and they act so, and so, referring everything else to this end. Whether then we suppose that the end impresses each man's mind with certain notions not merely by nature, but that there is somewhat also dependent on himself, or that the end is given by nature, and yet virtue is voluntary because the good man does all the rest voluntarily. Vice must be equally so, because his own agency equally attaches to the bad man in the actions, even if not in the selection of the end. If then, as is commonly said, the virtues are voluntary, because we at least cooperate, 15, in producing our moral states, and we assume the end to be of a certain kind according as we are ourselves of certain characters, the vices must be voluntary also, because the cases are exactly similar. Chapter 8. Well, now, we have stated generally respecting the moral virtues, the genus, in outline, that they are mean states, and that they are habits, and how they are formed, and that they are of themselves calculated to act upon the circumstances out of which they were formed, and that they are in our own power and voluntary, and are to be done so, as right reason may direct. But the particular actions and the habits are not voluntary in the same sense, for of the actions we are masters from beginning to end, supposing of course a knowledge of the particular details, but only of the origination of the habits, the addition by small particular accessions not being cognizable, as is the case with sicknesses. Still they are voluntary because it rested with us to use our circumstances this way or that. Chapter 9. Here we will resume the particular discussion of the moral virtues, and say what they are, what is their object matter, and how they stand respectively related to it. Of course their number will be thereby shown. First, then, of courage. Now that it is a mean state, in respect of fear and boldness, has been already said. Further, the objects of our fears are obviously things fearful or, in a general way of statement, evils, which accounts for the common definition of fear, viz. expectation of evil. Of course we fear evils of all kinds, disgrace, for instance, poverty, disease, desolateness, death, but not all these seem to be the object matter of the brave man, because there are things which to fear is right and noble, and not to fear is base, disgrace, for example. Since he who fears this is a good man and has a sense of honor, and he who does not fear it is shameless, though there are those who call him brave by analogy, because he somewhat resembles the brave man who agrees with him in being free from fear, but poverty, perhaps, or disease, and in fact whatever does not proceed from viciousness, nor is attributable to his own fault, a man ought not to fear. Still, being fearless in respect of these would not constitute a man brave in the proper sense of the term. Yet we do apply the term 16 in right of the similarity of the cases. For there are men who, though timid in the dangers of war, are liberal men and are stout enough to face loss of wealth. And, again, a man is not a coward for fearing insult to his wife or children, or envy, or any such thing, nor is he a brave man for being bold when going to be scourged. What kind of fearful things then do constitute the object matter of the brave man? First of all, must they not be the greatest, since no man is more apt to withstand what is dreadful? Now the object of the greatest dread is death, because it is the end of all things, and the dead man is thought to be capable neither of good nor evil. Still it would seem that the brave man has not for his object matter even death in every circumstance, on the sea, for example, or in sickness. In what circumstances then? Must it not be in the most honorable? Now such is death in war, because it is death in the greatest and most honorable danger, and this is confirmed by the honors awarded in communities and by monarchs. He then may be most properly denominated brave who is fearless in respect of honorable death and such sudden emergencies as threaten death. Now such specially are those which arise in the course of war. It is not meant but that the brave man will be fearless also on the sea, and in sickness, but not in the same way as seafaring men, for these are light-hearted and hopeful by reason of their experience, while landsmen, though brave, are apt to give themselves up for lost and shudder at the notion of such a death, to which it should be added that courage is exerted in circumstances which admit of doing something to help oneself, or in which death would be honorable. Now neither of these requisites attach to destruction by drowning or sickness. Chapter 10. Again, fearful is a term of relation, the same thing not being so to all, and there is according to common parlance somewhat so fearful as to be beyond human endurance. This of course would be fearful to every man of sense, but those objects which are level to the capacity of man differ in magnitude and admit of degrees, so too the objects of confidence or boldness. Now the brave man cannot be frighted from his propriety, but of course only so far as he is man. Fear such things indeed he will, but he will stand up against them as he ought and as right reason may direct, with a view to what is honorable, because this is the end of the virtue. Now it is possible to fear these things too much, or too little, or again to fear what is not really fearful as if it were such. So the errors come to be either that a man fears when he ought not to fear at all, or that he fears in an improper way, or at a wrong time, and so forth, and so too in respect of things inspiring confidence. He is brave then who withstands, and fears, and is bold, in respect of right objects, from a right motive, in right manner, and at right times. Since the brave man suffers or acts as he ought and as right reason may direct. Now the end of every separate act of working is that which accords with the habit, and so to the brave man courage, which is honorable. Therefore such is also the end, since the character of each is determined by the end. 17. So honor is the motive from which the brave man withstands things fearful and performs the acts which accord with courage. Of the characters on the side of excess, he who exceeds in utter absence of fear has no appropriate name. I observed before that many states have none, but he would be a madman or inaccessible to pain if he feared nothing, neither earthquake, nor the billows, as they tell of the Celts. He again who exceeds in confidence in respect of things fearful is rash. He is thought moreover to be a braggart, and to advance unfounded claims to the character of brave. The relation which the brave man really bears to objects of fear this man wishes to appear to bear, and so imitates him in whatever points he can. For this reason most of them exhibit a curious mixture of rashness and cowardice, because, affecting rashness in these circumstances, they do not withstand what is truly fearful. The man moreover who exceeds in feeling fear is a coward, since there attached to him the circumstances of fearing wrong objects, in wrong ways, and so forth. He is deficient also in feeling confidence, but he is most clearly seen as exceeding in the case of pains. He is a faint-hearted kind of man, for he fears all things. The brave man is just the contrary, for boldness is the property of the light-hearted and hopeful. So the coward, the rash, and the brave man have exactly the same object matter, but stand differently related to it. The two first mentioned respectively exceed and are deficient, the last is in a mean state and as he ought to be. The rash again are precipitate, and, being eager before danger, when actually in it fall away, while the brave are quick and sharp in action, but before are quiet and composed. Well then, as has been said, courage is a mean state in respect of objects inspiring boldness or fear, in the circumstances which have been stated, and the brave man chooses his line and withstands danger, either because to do so is honorable, or because not to do so is base. But dying to escape from poverty, or the pangs of love, or anything that is simply painful, is the act not of a brave man but of a coward, because it is mere softness to fly from what is toilsome, and the suicide braves the terrors of death not because it is honorable but to get out of the reach of evil. Chapter 11. Courage proper is somewhat of the kind I have described, but there are dispositions, differing in 5 ways, 18, which also bear in common parlance the name of courage. We will take first that which bears most resemblance to the true, the courage of citizenship, so named because the motives which are thought to actuate the members of a community in braving danger are the penalties and disgrace held out by the laws to cowardice, and the dignities conferred on the brave, which is thought to be the reason why those are the bravest people among whom cowards are visited with disgrace and the brave held in honor. Such is the kind of courage Homer exhibits in his characters, Diomed and Hector, for example. The latter says, Polydamas will be the first to fix disgrace upon me. Diomed again, for Hector surely will hereafter say, speaking in Troy, Tydides by my hand. This I say most nearly resembles the courage before spoken of, because it arises from virtue, from a feeling of shame, and a desire of what is noble, that is, of honor, and avoidance of disgrace which is base. In the same rank one would be inclined to place those also who act under compulsion from their commanders, yet are they really lower, because not a sense of honor but fear is the motive from which they act, and what they seek to avoid is not that which is base but that which is simply painful. Commanders do in fact compel their men, sometimes, as Hector says, to quote Homer again, but whomsoever I shall find cowering afar from the fight, the teeth of dogs he shall by no means escape. Those commanders who station staunch troops by doubtful ones, 19, or who beat their men if they flinch, or who draw their troops up in line, with the trenches, or other similar obstacles, in their rear, do in effect the same as Hector, for they all use compulsion. But a man is to be brave, not on compulsion, but from a sense of honor. In the next place, experience and skill in the various particulars is thought to be a species of courage, whence Socrates also thought that courage was knowledge. 20. This quality is exhibited of course by different men under different circumstances, but in warlike matters, with which we are now concerned, it is exhibited by the soldiers, the regulars, for there are, it would seem, many things in war of no real importance, 21, which these have been constantly used to see, so they have a show of courage, because other people are not aware of the real nature of these things. Then again, by reason of their skill they are better able than any others to inflict without suffering themselves, because they are able to use their arms and have such as are most serviceable both with a view to offense and defense, so that their case is parallel to that of armed men fighting with unarmed or trained athletes with amateurs. Since in contests of this kind those are the best fighters, not who are the bravest men, but who are the strongest and are in the best condition. In fact, the regular troops come to be cowards whenever the danger is greater than their means of meeting it, supposing, for example, that they are inferior in numbers and resources, then they are the first to fly, but the mere militia stand and fall on the ground, which as you know really happened at the Hermaeum, 22, for in the eyes of these, flight was disgraceful and death preferable to safety bought at such a price, while the regulars originally went into the danger under a notion of their own superiority, but on discovering their error they took to flight. 23, having greater fear of death than of disgrace, but this is not the feeling of the brave man. Thirdly, mere animal spirit is sometimes brought under the term courage. They are thought to be brave who are carried on by mere animal spirit, as are wild beasts against those who have wounded them, because, in fact, the really brave have much spirit, there being nothing like it for going at danger of any kind, whence those frequent expressions in Homer, infused strength into his spirit, roused his strength and spirit, or again, and keen strength in his nostrils, his blood boiled, for all these seem to denote the arousing and impetuosity of the animal spirit. Now they that are truly brave act from a sense of honor, and this animal spirit cooperates with them, but wild beasts from pain, that is, because they have been wounded, or are frightened, since if they are quietly in their own haunts, forest or marsh, they do not attack men. Surely they are not brave because they rush into danger when goaded on by pain and mere spirit, without any view of the danger. Else would asses be brave when they are hungry, for though beaten they will not then leave their pasture. Profligate men besides do many bold actions by reason of their lust. We may conclude then that they are not brave who are goaded on to meet danger by pain and mere spirit. But still, this temper which arises from animal spirit appears to be most natural, and would be courage of the true kind if it could have added to it moral choice and the proper motive. So men also are pained by a feeling of anger, and take pleasure in revenge, but they who fight from these causes may be good fighters, but they are not truly brave, in that they do not act from a sense of honor, nor as reason directs, but merely from the present feeling. Still they bear some resemblance to that character. Nor, again, are the sanguine and hopeful therefore brave, since their boldness in dangers arises from their frequent victories over numerous foes. The two characters are alike, however, in that both are confident, but then the brave are so from the aforementioned causes, whereas these are so from a settled conviction of their being superior, and not likely to suffer anything in return. They who are intoxicated do much the same, for they become hopeful when in that state, but when the event disappoints their expectations they run away. Now it was said to be the character of a brave man to withstand things which are fearful to man, or produce that impression, because it is honorable so to do, and the contrary is dishonorable. For this reason it is thought to be a greater proof of courage to be fearless and undisturbed under the pressure of sudden fear than under that which may be anticipated, because courage then comes rather from a fixed habit, or less from preparation, since as to foreseen dangers a man might take his line even from calculation and reasoning, but in those which are sudden he will do so according to his fixed habit of mind. Fifthly and lastly, those who are acting under ignorance have a show of courage and are not very far from the hopeful, but still they are inferior inasmuch as they have no opinion of themselves, which the others have, and therefore stay and contest a field for some little time, but they who have been deceived fly the moment they know things to be otherwise than they supposed, which the Argives experienced when they fell on the Lacedaemonians, taking them for the men of Sicyon. Chapter 12. We have described then what kind of men the brave are, and what they who are thought to be, but are not really, brave. It must be remarked, however, that though courage has for its object matter boldness and fear, it has not both equally so, but objects of fear much more than the former, for he that under pressure of these is undisturbed and stands related to them as he ought is better entitled to the name of brave than he who is properly affected towards objects of confidence. So then men are termed brave for withstanding painful things. It follows that courage involves pain and is justly praised, since it is a harder matter to withstand things that are painful than to abstain from such as are pleasant. It must not be thought but that the end and object of courage is pleasant, but it is obscured by the surrounding circumstances, which happens also in the gymnastic games. To the boxers the end is pleasant, with a view to which they act, I mean the crown and the honors, but the receiving the blows they do is painful and annoying to flesh and blood, and so is all the labor they have to undergo, and, as these drawbacks are many, the object in view being small appears to have no pleasantness in it. If then we may say the same of courage, of course death and wounds must be painful to the brave man, and against his will, still he endures these because it is honorable so to do, or because it is dishonorable not to do so. And the more complete his virtue and his happiness, so much the more will he be pained at the notion of death, since to such a man as he is it is best worth while to live, and he with full consciousness is deprived of the greatest goods by death, and this is a painful idea. But he is not the less brave for feeling it to be so, nay, rather it may be he is shown to be more so because he chooses the honor that may be reaped in war in preference to retaining safe possession of these other goods. The fact is that to act with pleasure does not belong to all the virtues, except so far as a man realizes the end of his actions. But there is perhaps no reason why not such men should make the best soldiers, but those who are less truly brave but have no other good to care for, these being ready to meet danger and bartering their lives against small gain. Let thus much be accepted as sufficient on the subject of courage, the true nature of which it is not difficult to gather, in outline at least, from what has been said. Chapter 13. Next let us speak of perfected self-mastery, which seems to claim the next place to courage, since these two are the excellences of the irrational part of the soul. That it is a mean state, having for its object matter pleasures, we have already said, pains being in fact its object matter in a less degree and dissimilar manner. The state of utter absence of self-control has plainly the same object matter. The next thing then is to determine what kind of pleasures. Let pleasures then be understood to be divided into mental and bodily. Instances of the former being love of honor or of learning, it being plain that each man takes pleasure in that of these two objects which he has a tendency to like, his body being no way affected but rather his intellect. Now men are not called perfectly self-mastering or wholly destitute of self-control in respect of pleasures of this class, nor in fact in respect of any which are not bodily, those for example, who love to tell long stories, and are prosy, and spend their days about mere chance matters, we call gossips, but not wholly destitute of self-control, nor again those who are pained at the loss of money or friends. It is bodily pleasures then which are the object matter of perfected self-mastery, but not even all these indifferently. I mean, that they who take pleasure in objects perceived by the sight, as colors, and forms, and painting, are not denominated men of perfected self-mastery, or wholly destitute of self-control, and yet it would seem that one may take pleasure even in such objects as one ought to do, or excessively, or too little. So too of objects perceived by the sense of hearing, no one applies the terms before quoted respectively to those who are excessively pleased with musical tunes or acting, or to those who take such pleasure as they ought, nor again to those persons whose pleasure arises from the sense of smell, except incidentally. Sad Smiley 24, we do not say men have no self-control because they take pleasure in the scent of fruit, or flowers, or incense, but rather when they do so in the smells of unguents and sauces, since men destitute of self-control take pleasure herein, because hereby the objects of their lusts are recalled to their imagination. You may also see other men take pleasure in the smell of food when they are hungry, but to take pleasure in such is a mark of the character before named, since these are objects of desire to him. Now not even brutes receive pleasure in right of these senses, except incidentally. It is not the scent of hare's flesh, but the eating it which dogs take pleasure in, perception of which pleasure is caused by the sense of smell. Or again, it is not the lowing of the ox, but eating him which the lion likes, but of the fact of his nearness. The lion is made sensible by the lowing, and so he appears to take pleasure in this. In like manner, he has no pleasure in merely seeing or finding a stag or wild goat, but in the prospect of a meal. The habits of perfect self-mastery and entire absence of self-control have then for their object matter such pleasures as brutes also share in, for which reason they are plainly servile and brutish. They are touch and taste. But even taste men seem to make little or no use of, for to the sense of taste belongs the distinguishing of flavors. What men do, in fact, who are testing the quality of wines or seasoning made dishes. But men scarcely take pleasure at all in these things, at least those whom we call destitute of self-control do not, but only in the actual enjoyment which arises entirely from the sense of touch, whether in eating or in drinking, or in grosser lusts. This accounts for the wish said to have been expressed once by a great glutton, that his throat had been formed longer than a crane's neck, implying that his pleasure was derived from the touch. The sense then with which is connected the habit of absence of self-control is the most common of all the senses, and this habit would seem to be justly a matter of reproach, since it attaches to us not in so far as we are men, but in so far as we are animals. Indeed, it is brutish to take pleasure in such things and to like them best of all, for the most respectable of the pleasures arising from the touch have been set aside, those, for instance, which occur in the course of gymnastic training, from the rubbing and the warm bath, because the touch of the man destitute of self-control is not indifferently of any part of the body, but only of particular parts. Now of lusts or desires, some are thought to be universal, others peculiar and acquired. Thus desire for food is natural, since every one who really needs desires also food, whether solid or liquid, or both. And, as Homer says, the man in the prime of youth needs and desires intercourse with the other sex, but when we come to this or that particular kind, then neither is the desire universal, nor in all men is it directed to the same objects, and therefore the conceiving of such desires plainly attaches to us as individuals. It must be admitted, however, that there is something natural in it, because different things are pleasant to different men, and a preference of some particular objects to chance ones is universal. Well then, in the case of the desires which are strictly and properly natural, few men go wrong, and all in one direction, that is, on the side of too much, I mean, to eat and drink of such food as happens to be on the table till one is overfilled, is exceeding in quantity the natural limit, since the natural desire is simply a supply of a real deficiency. For this reason these men are called belimad, as filling it beyond what they ought, and it is the slavish who become of this character. But in respect of the peculiar pleasures many men go wrong, and in many different ways, for whereas the term fond of so and so implies either taking pleasure in wrong objects, or taking pleasure excessively, or as the mass of men do, or in a wrong way, they who are destitute of all self-control exceed in all these ways, that is to say, they take pleasure in some things in which they ought not to do so, because they are properly objects of detestation, and in such as it is right to take pleasure in they do so more than they ought, and as the mass of men do. Well then, that excess with respect to pleasures is absence of self-control, and blameworthy, is plain. But viewing these habits on the side of pains, we find that a man is not said to have the virtue for withstanding them, as in the case of courage, nor the vice for not withstanding them, but the man destitute of self-control is such, because he is pained more than he ought to be at not obtaining things which are pleasant, and thus his pleasure produces pain to him, and the man of perfected self-mastery is such in virtue of not being pained by their absence, that is, by having to abstain from what is pleasant. Now the man destitute of self-control desires either all pleasant things indiscriminately or those which are specially pleasant, and he is impelled by his desire to choose these things in preference to all others, and this involves pain, not only when he misses the attainment of his objects, but in the very desiring them, since all desire is accompanied by pain. Surely it is a strange case this, being pained by reason of pleasure. As for men who are defective on the side of pleasure, who take less pleasure in things than they ought, they are almost imaginary characters, because such absence of sensual perception is not natural to man, for even the other animals distinguish between different kinds of food, and like some kinds and dislike others. In fact, could a man be found who takes no pleasure in anything, and to whom all things are alike, he would be far from being human at all. There is no name for such a character, because it is simply imaginary. But the man of perfected self-mastery is in the mean with respect to these objects, that is to say, he neither takes pleasure in the things which delight the vicious man, and in fact rather dislikes them, nor at all in improper objects, nor to any great degree in any object of the class, nor is he pained at their absence, nor does he desire them, or, if he does, only in moderation, and neither more than he ought, nor at improper times, and so forth, but such things as are conducive to health and good condition of body, being also pleasant, these he will grasp at in moderation and as he ought to do, and also such other pleasant things as do not hinder these objects, and are not unseemly or disproportionate to his means, because he that should grasp at such would be liking such pleasures more than is proper. But the man of perfected self-mastery is not of this character, but regulates his desires by the dictates of right reason. Chapter 14. Now the vice of being destitute of all self-control seems to be more truly voluntary than cowardice, because pleasure is the cause of the former and pain of the latter, and pleasure is an object of choice, pain of avoidance. And again, pain deranges and spoils the natural disposition of its victim, whereas pleasure has no such effect and is more voluntary and therefore more justly open to reproach. It is so also for the following reason, that it is easier to be inured by habit to resist the objects of pleasure, there being many things of This kind in life and the process of habituation being unaccompanied by danger, whereas the case is the reverse as regards the objects of fear. Again, cowardice as a confirmed habit would seem to be voluntary in a different way from the particular instances which form the habit, because it is painless, but these derange the man by reason of pain, so that he throws away his arms and otherwise behaves himself unseemly, for which reason they are even thought by some to exercise a power of compulsion. But to the man destitute of self-control the particular instances are, on the contrary, quite voluntary, being done with desire and direct exertion of the will, but the general result is less voluntary, since no man desires to form the habit. The name of this vice, which signifies etymologically unchastenedness, we apply also to the faults of children, there being a certain resemblance between the cases to which the name is primarily applied, and to which secondarily or derivatively is not relevant to the present subject, but it is evident that the later in point of time must get the name from the earlier, and the metaphor seems to be a very good one, for whatever grasps after base things, and is liable to great increase, ought to be chastened, and to this description desire and the child answer most truly, in that children also live under the direction of desire, and the grasping after what is pleasant is most prominently seen in these. Unless then the appetite be obedient and subjected to the governing principle, it will become very great, for in the fool the grasping after what is pleasant is insatiable and undiscriminating, and every acting out of the desire increases the kindred habit, and if the desires are great and violent in degree, they even expel reason entirely. Therefore, they ought to be moderate and few, and in no respect to be opposed to reason. Now when the appetite is in such a state, we denominate it obedient and chastened. In short, as the child ought to live with constant regard to the orders of its educator, so should the appetitive principle with regard to those of reason. So then in the man of perfected self-mastery, the appetitive principle must be accordant with reason, for what is right is the mark at which both principles aim. That is to say, the man of perfected self-mastery desires what he ought in right manner and at right times, which is exactly what reason directs. Let this be taken for our account of perfected self-mastery. Book 4, Chapter 1. We will next speak of liberality. Now this is thought to be the mean state, having for its object matter wealth. I mean, the liberal man is praised not in the circumstances of war, nor in those which constitute the character of perfected self-mastery, nor again in judicial decisions, but in respect of giving and receiving wealth, chiefly the former. By the term wealth I mean all those things whose worth is measured by money. Now the states of excess and defect in regard of wealth are, respectively, prodigality and stinginess. The latter of these terms we attach invariably to those who are over-careful about wealth, but the former we apply sometimes with a complex notion, that is to say, we give the name to those who fail of self-control and spend money on the unrestrained gratification of their passions, and this is why they are thought to be most base, because they have many vices at once. It must be noted, however, that this is not a strict and proper use of the term, since its natural etymological meaning is to denote him who has one particular evil, viz., the wasting his substance. He is unsaved, as the term literally denotes, who is wasting away by his own fault. And this he really may be said to be, either destruction of his substance is thought to be a kind of wasting of himself, since these things are the means of living. Well, this is our acceptation of the term prodigality. Again, whatever things are for use may be used well or ill, and wealth belongs to this class. He uses each particular thing best who has the virtue to whose province it belongs, so that he will use wealth best. Who has the virtue respecting wealth, that is to say, the liberal man. Expenditure and giving are thought to be the using of money, but receiving and keeping one would rather call the possessing of it. And so the giving to proper persons is more characteristic of the liberal man than the receiving from proper quarters and forbearing to receive from the contrary. In fact, generally, doing well by others is more characteristic of virtue than being done well by, and doing things positively honorable than forbearing to do things dishonorable. And anyone may see that the doing well by others and doing things positively honorable attaches to the act of giving, but to that of receiving only the being done well by or forbearing to do what is dishonorable. Besides, thanks are given to him who gives, not to him who merely forbears to receive, and praise even more. Again, forbearing to receive is easier than giving, the case of being too little free-handed with one's own being commoner than taking that which is not one's own. And again, it is they who give that are denominated liberal, while they who forbear to receive are commended, not on the score of liberality, but of just dealing, while for receiving men are not, in fact, praised at all. And the liberal are liked almost best of all virtuous characters, because they are profitable to others, and this their profitableness consists in their giving. Furthermore, all the actions done in accordance with virtue are honorable, and done from the motive of honor, and the liberal man, therefore, will give from a motive of honor, and will give rightly, I mean, to proper persons, in right proportion, at right times, and whatever is included in the term right givings, and this too with positive pleasure, or at least without pain, since whatever is done in accordance with virtue is pleasant or at least not unpleasant, most certainly not attended with positive pain. But the man who gives to improper people, or not from a motive of honor but from some other cause, shall be called not liberal but something else. Neither shall he be so denominated who does it with pain, this being a sign that he would prefer his wealth to the honorable action, and this is no part of the liberal man's character. Neither will such an one receive from improper sources, because the so receiving is not characteristic of one who values not wealth, nor again will he be apt to ask, because one who does kindnesses to others does not usually receive them willingly, but from proper sources, his own property, for instance, he will receive, doing this not as honorable, but as necessary, that he may have somewhat to give. Neither will he be careless of his own, since it is his wish through these to help others in need, nor will he give to chance people, that he may have wherewith to give to those to whom he ought, at right times, and on occasions when it is honorable so to do. Again, it is a trait in the liberal man's character even to exceed very much in giving so as to leave too little for himself, it being characteristic of such an one not to have a thought of self. Now liberality is a term of relation to a man's means, for the liberalness depends not on the amount of what is given but on the moral state of the giver, which gives in proportion to his means. There is then no reason why he should not be the more liberal man who gives the less amount, if he has less to give out of. Again, they are thought to be more liberal who have inherited, not acquired for themselves, their means, because, in the first place, they have never experienced want, and next, all people love most their own works, just as parents do and poets. It is not easy for the liberal man to be rich, since he is neither apt to receive nor to keep but to lavish, and values not wealth for its own sake but with a view to giving it away. Hence it is commonly charged upon fortune that they who most deserve to be rich are least so. Yet, this happens reasonably enough. It is impossible he should have wealth, who does not take any care to have it, just as in any similar case. Yet he will not give to improper people, nor at wrong times, and so on, because he would not then be acting in accordance with liberality, and, if he spent upon such objects, would have nothing to spend on those on which he ought, for, as I have said before, he is liberal who spends in proportion to his means, and on proper objects, while he who does so in excess is prodigal. This is the reason why we never call despots prodigal, because it does not seem to be easy for them by their gifts and expenditure to go beyond their immense possessions. To sum up then, since liberality is a mean state in respect of the giving and receiving of wealth, the liberal man will give and spend on proper objects, and in proper proportion, in great things and in small alike, and all this with pleasure to himself. Also he will receive from right sources, and in right proportion, because, as the virtue is a mean state in respect of both, he will do both as he ought, and, in fact, upon proper giving follows the correspondent receiving, while that which is not such is contrary to it. Now those which follow one another come to coexist in the same person, those which are contraries plainly do not. Again, should it happen to him to spend money beyond what is needful, or otherwise than is well, he will be vexed, but only moderately and as he ought, for feeling pleasure and pain at right objects, and in right manner, is a property of virtue. The liberal man is also a good man to have for a partner in respect of wealth, for he can easily be wronged, since he values not wealth, and is more vexed at not spending where he ought to have done so than at spending where he ought not, and he relishes not the maxim of Simonides. Chapter 2. But the prodigal man goes wrong also in these points, for he is neither pleased nor pained at proper objects or in proper manner, which will become more plain as we proceed. We have said already that prodigality and stinginess are respectively states of excess and defect, and this in two things, giving and receiving. Expenditure of course we class under giving. Well now, prodigality exceeds in giving and forbearing to receive, and is deficient in receiving, while stinginess is deficient in giving and exceeds in receiving, but it is in small things. The two parts of prodigality, to be sure, do not commonly go together. It is not easy, I mean, to give to all if you receive from none, because private individuals thus giving will soon find their means run short, and such are in fact thought to be prodigal. He that should combine both would seem to be no little superior to the stingy man, for he may be easily cured, both by advancing in years, and also by the want of means, and he may come thus to the mean. He has, you see, already the facts of the liberal man. He gives and forbears to receive, only he does neither in right manner or well. So if he could be wrought upon by habituation in this respect, or change in any other way, he would be a real liberal man, for he will give to those to whom he should, and will forbear to receive whence he ought not. This is the reason too why he is thought not to be low in moral character, because to exceed in giving and in forbearing to receive is no sign of badness or meanness, but only of folly. Well then, he who is prodigal in this fashion is thought far superior to the stingy man for the aforementioned reasons, and also because he does good to many, but the stingy man to no one, not even to himself. But most prodigals, as has been said, combine with their other faults that of receiving from improper sources, and on this point are stingy, and they become grasping, because they wish to spend and cannot do this easily, since their means soon run short and they are necessitated to get from some other quarter, and then again, because they care not for what is honorable, they receive recklessly, and from all sources, indifferently, because they desire to give but care not how or whence. And for this reason their givings are not liberal, inasmuch as they are not honorable, nor purely disinterested, nor done in right fashion. But they oftentimes make those rich who should be poor, and to those who are quiet, respectable kind of people they will give nothing, but to flatterers, or those who subserve their pleasures in any way, they will give much. And therefore most of them are utterly devoid of self-restraint, for as they are open-handed they are liberal in expenditure upon the unrestrained gratification of their passions, and turn off to their pleasures because they do not live with reference to what is honorable. Thus then the prodigal, if unguided, slides into these faults, but if he could get care bestowed on him he might come to the mean and to what is right. Stinginess, on the contrary, is incurable. Old age, for instance, and incapacity of any kind, is thought to make people stingy, and it is more congenial to human nature than prodigality, the mass of men being fond of money rather than apt to give. Moreover, it extends far and has many phases, the modes of stinginess being thought to be many. For as it consists of two things, defect of giving and excess of receiving, everybody does not have it entire, but it is sometimes divided, and one class of persons exceed in receiving, the other are deficient in giving. I mean those who are designated by such appellations as sparing, close-fisted, niggards, are all deficient in giving, but other men's property they neither desire nor are willing to receive, in some instances from a real moderation and shrinking from what is base. There are some people whose motive, either supposed or alleged, for keeping their property is this, that they may never be driven to do anything dishonorable. To this class belongs the skinflint and every one of similar character, so named from the excess of not giving. Others again decline to receive their neighbor's goods from a motive of fear, their notion being that it is not easy to take other people's things yourself without their taking yours, so they are content neither to receive nor give. The other class again, who are stingy in respect of receiving, exceed in that they receive anything from any source, such as they who work at illiberal employments, brothel keepers, and such like, and usurers who lend small sums at large interest, for all these receive from improper sources and improper amounts. Their common characteristic is base gaining, since they all submit to disgrace for the sake of gain, and that small, because those who receive great things neither whence they ought, nor what they ought, as for instance despots who sack cities and plunder temples, we denominate wicked, impious, and unjust, but not stingy. Now the dicer and bath plunderer and the robber belong to the class of the stingy, for they are given to base gain, both busy themselves and submit to disgrace for the sake of gain, and the one class incur the greatest dangers for the sake of their booty, while the others make gain of their friends to whom they ought to be giving. So both classes, as wishing to make gain from improper sources, are given to base gain, and all such receivings are stingy. And with good reason is stinginess called the contrary of liberality, both because it is a greater evil than prodigality, and because men are rather in this direction than in that of the prodigality which we have spoken of as properly and completely such. Let this be considered as what we have to say respecting liberality and the contrary vices. Chapter 3. Next in order would seem to come a dissertation on magnificence, this being thought to be, like liberality, a virtue having for its object matter wealth, but it does not, like that, extend to all transactions in respect of wealth, but only applies to such as are expensive, and in these circumstances it exceeds liberality in respect of magnitude, because it is, what the very name in Greek hints at, fitting expense on a large scale. This term is of course relative. I mean, the expenditure of equipping and commanding a trireme is not the same as that of giving a public spectacle. Fitting of course also is relative to the individual and the matter wherein and upon which he has to spend. And a man is not denominated magnificent for spending as he should do in small or ordinary things, as, for instance, oft to the wandering beggar did I give, but for doing so in great matters, that is to say, the magnificent man is liberal, but the liberal is not thereby magnificent. The falling short of such a state is called meanness, the exceeding it vulgar, profusion, want of taste, and so on, which are faulty, not because they are on an excessive scale in respect of right objects, but because they, since they all submit to disgrace for the sake of gain, and that small, because those who receive great things neither whence they ought, nor what they ought, as for instance despots who sack cities and plunder temples, we denominate wicked, impious, and unjust, but not stingy. Now the dicer and bath plunderer and the robber belong to the class of the stingy, for they are given to base gain, both busy themselves and submit to disgrace for the sake of gain, and the one class incur the greatest dangers for the sake of their booty, while the others make gain of their friends to whom they ought to be giving. So both classes, as wishing to make gain from improper sources, are given to base gain, and all such receivings are stingy. And with good reason is stinginess called the contrary of liberality, both because it is a greater evil than prodigality, and because men are rather in this direction than in that of the prodigality which we have spoken of as properly and completely such. Let this be considered as what we have to say respecting liberality and the contrary vices. Chapter 3. Next in order would seem to come a dissertation on magnificence, this being thought to be, like liberality, a virtue having for its object matter wealth, but it does not, like that, extend to all transactions in respect of wealth, but only applies to such as are expensive, and in these circumstances it exceeds liberality in respect of magnitude, because it is, what the very name in Greek hints at, fitting expense on a large scale. This term is of course relative. I mean, the expenditure of equipping and commanding a trireme is not the same as that of giving a public spectacle. Fitting of course also is relative to the individual and the matter wherein and upon which he has to spend. And a man is not denominated magnificent for spending as he should do in small or ordinary things, as, for instance, oft to the wandering beggar did I give, but for doing so in great matters, that is to say, the magnificent man is liberal, but the liberal is not thereby magnificent. The falling short of such a state is called meanness, the exceeding it vulgar, profusion, want of taste, and so on, which are faulty, not because they are on an excessive scale in respect of right objects, but because they show off in improper objects, and in improper manner. Of these we will speak presently. The magnificent man is like a man of skill, because he can see what is fitting, and can spend largely in good taste, for, as we said at the commencement, the confirmed habit is determined by the separate acts of working, and by its object matter. Well, the expenses of the magnificent man are great and fitting, such also are his works, because this secures the expenditure being not great merely, but befitting the work. So then the work is to be proportionate to the expense, and this again to the work, or even above it, and the magnificent man will incur such expenses from the motive of honor, this being common to all the virtues, and besides he will do it with pleasure and lavishly, excessive accuracy in calculation being mean. He will consider also how a thing may be done most beautifully and fittingly, rather than for how much it may be done, and how at the least expense. So the magnificent man must be also a liberal man, because the liberal man will also spend what he ought, and in right manner, but it is the great, that is to say, teak large scale, which is distinctive of the magnificent man, the object matter of liberality being the same, and without spending more money than another man he will make the work more magnificent. I mean, the excellence of a possession and of a work is not the same as a piece of property. That thing is most valuable which is worth most, gold for instance, but as a work that which is great and beautiful, because the contemplation of such an object is admirable, and so is that which is magnificent. So the excellence of a work is magnificence on a large scale. There are cases of expenditure which we call honorable, such as are dedicatory offerings to the gods, and the furnishing their temples, and sacrifices, and in like manner everything that has reference to the deity, and all such public matters as are objects of honorable ambition, as when men think in any case that it is their duty to furnish a chorus for the stage splendidly, or fit out and maintain a trireme, or give a general public feast. Now in all these, as has been already stated, respect is had also to the rank and the means of the man who is doing them, because they should be proportionate to these, and befit not the work only but also the doer of the work. For this reason a poor man cannot be a magnificent man, since he has not means wherewith to spend largely and yet becomingly, and if he attempts it he is a fool, inasmuch as it is out of proportion and contrary to propriety, whereas to be in accordance with virtue a thing must be done rightly. Such expenditure is fitting moreover for those to whom such things previously belong, either through themselves or through their ancestors, or people with whom they are connected, and to the high-born or people of high repute, and so on, because all these things imply greatness and reputation. So then the magnificent man is pretty much as I have described him, and magnificence consists in such expenditures, because they are the greatest and most honorable, and of private ones such as come but once for all, marriage to wit, and things of that kind, and any occasion which engages the interest of the community in general, or of those who are in power, and what concerns receiving and despatching strangers, and gifts, and repaying gifts, because the magnificent man is not apt to spend upon himself but on the public good, and gifts are pretty much in the same case as dedicatory offerings. It is characteristic also of the magnificent man to furnish his house suitably to his wealth, for this also in a way reflects credit, and again, to spend rather upon such works as are of long duration, these being most honorable, and again, propriety in each case, because the same things are not suitable to gods and men, nor in a temple and a tomb. And again, in the case of expenditures, each must be great of its kind, and great expense on a great object is most magnificent, that is, in any case what is great in these particular things. There is a difference too between greatness of a work and greatness of expenditure. For instance, a very beautiful ball or cup is magnificent as a present to a child, while the price of it is small and almost mean. Therefore it is characteristic of the magnificent man to do magnificently whatever he is about, for whatever is of this kind cannot be easily surpassed, and bears a proper proportion to the expenditure. Such then is the magnificent man, the man who is in the state of excess, called one of vulgar profusion. is in excess because he spends improperly, as has been said. I mean, in cases requiring small expenditure, he lavishes much and shows off out of taste, giving his club a feast fit for a wedding party, or if he has to furnish a chorus for a comedy, giving the actors purple to wear in the first scene, as did the Megarians. And all such things he will do, not with a view to that which is really honorable, but to display his wealth, and because he thinks he shall be admired for these things, and he will spend little where he ought to spend much, and much where he should spend little. The mean man will be deficient in every case, and even where he has spent the most he will spoil the whole effect for want of some trifle. He is procrastinating in all he does, and contrives how he may spend the least, and does even that with lamentations about the expense, and thinking that he does all things on a greater scale than he ought. Of course, both these states are faulty, but they do not involve disgrace because they are neither hurtful to others nor very unseemly. Chapter 4. The very name of great-mindedness implies that great things are its object matter, and we will first settle what kind of things. It makes no difference, of course, whether we regard the moral state in the abstract or as exemplified in an individual. Well then, he is thought to be great-minded who values himself highly, and at the same time justly, because he that does so without grounds is foolish, and no virtuous character is foolish or senseless. Well, the character I have described is great-minded. The man who estimates himself lowly, and at the same time justly, is modest, but not great-minded, since this latter quality implies greatness, just as beauty implies a large bodily conformation while small people are neat and well-made but not beautiful. Again, he who values himself highly without just grounds is a vain man, though the name must not be applied to every case of unduly high self-estimation. He that values himself below his real worth is small-minded, and whether that worth is great, moderate, or small, his own estimate falls below it. And he is the strongest case of this error. Who is really a man of great worth, for what would he have done had his worth been less? The great-minded man is then, as far as greatness is concerned, at the summit, but in respect of propriety he is in the mean, because he estimates himself at his real value. The other characters, respectively, are in excess and defect. Since then he justly estimates himself at a high, or rather at the highest possible rate, his character will have respect specially to one thing. This term rate has reference of course to external goods, and of these we should assume that to be the greatest which we attribute to the gods, and which is the special object of desire to those who are in power, and which is the prize proposed to the most honorable actions. Now honor answers to these descriptions, being the greatest of external goods. So the great-minded man bears himself as he ought in respect of honor and dishonor. In fact, without need of words, the great-minded plainly have honor for their object matter, since honor is what the great consider themselves specially worthy of, and according to a certain rate. The small-minded man is deficient, both as regards himself, and also as regards the estimation of the great-minded, while the vain man is in excess as regards himself, but does not get beyond the great-minded man. Now the great-minded man, being by the hypothesis worthy of the greatest things, must be of the highest excellence, since the better a man is, the more is he worth, and he who is best is worth the most. It follows then, that to be truly great-minded a man must be good, and whatever is great in each virtue would seem to belong to the great-minded. It would no way correspond with the character of the great-minded to flee spreading his hands all abroad, nor to injure any one, for with what object in view will he do what is base, in whose eyes nothing is great? In short, if one were to go into particulars, the great-minded man would show quite ludicrously unless he were a good man, he would not be in fact deserving of honor if he were a bad man. Honor being the prize of virtue and given to the good. This virtue, then, of great-mindedness seems to be a kind of ornament of all the other virtues, in that it makes them better and cannot be without them, and for this reason it is a hard matter to be really and truly great-minded, for it cannot be without thorough goodness and nobleness of character. Honor then and dishonor are specially the object matter of the great-minded man, and at such as is great, and given by good men, he will be pleased moderately as getting his own, or perhaps somewhat less. For no honor can be quite adequate to perfect virtue, but still he will accept this because they have nothing higher to give him. But such as is given by ordinary people and on trifling grounds he will entirely despise, because these do not come up to his deserts, and dishonor likewise, because in his case there cannot be just ground for it. Now though, as I have said, honor is specially the object matter of the great-minded man, I do not mean but that likewise in respect of wealth and power, and good or bad fortune of every kind, he will bear himself with moderation, fall out how they may, and neither in prosperity will he be overjoyed nor in adversity will he be unduly pained, for not even in respect of honor does he so bear himself, and yet it is the greatest of all such objects, since it is the cause of power and wealth being choice-worthy, for certainly they who have them desire to receive honor through them. So to whom honor even is a small thing, to him will all other things also be so, and this is why such men are thought to be supercilious. It seems too that pieces of good fortune contribute to form this character of great-mindedness, I mean, the nobly born, or men of influence, or the wealthy, are considered to be entitled to honor, for they are in a position of eminence, and whatever is eminent by good is more entitled to honor, and this is why such circumstances dispose men rather to great-mindedness, because they receive honor at the hands of some men. Now really and truly the good man alone is entitled to honor only if a man unites in himself goodness with these external advantages. He is thought to be more entitled to honor, but they who have them without also having virtue are not justified in their high estimate of themselves, nor are they rightly denominated great-minded, since perfect virtue is one of the indispensable conditions to such and character. Further, such men become supercilious and insolent, it not being easy to bear prosperity well without goodness, and not being able to bear it, and possessed with an idea of their own superiority to others, they despise them, and do just whatever their fancy prompts, for they mimic the great-minded man, though they are not like him, and they do this in such points as they can, so without doing the actions which can only flow from real goodness they despise others. Whereas the great-minded man despises on good grounds, for he forms his opinions truly, but the mass of men do it at random. Moreover, he is not a man to incur little risks, nor does he court danger, because there are but few things he has a value for, but he will incur great dangers, and when he does venture he is prodigal of his life, as knowing that there are terms on which it is not worth his while to live. He is the sort of man to do kindnesses, but he is ashamed to receive them, the former putting a man in the position of superiority, the latter in that of inferiority. Accordingly he will greatly overpay any kindness done to him, because the original actor will thus be laid under obligation and be in the position of the party benefited. Such men seem likewise to remember those they have done kindnesses to, but not those from whom they have received them, because he who has received is inferior to him who has done the kindness, and our friend wishes to be superior. Accordingly he is pleased to hear of his own kind acts, but not of those done to himself, and this is why, in Homer, the Thetis does not mention to Jupiter the kindnesses she had done him, nor did the Lacedaemonians to the Athenians, but only the benefits they had received. Further, it is characteristic of the great-minded man to ask favors, not at all, or very reluctantly, but to do a service very readily, and to bear himself loftily towards the great or fortunate, but towards people of middle station affably, because to be above the former is difficult and so a grand thing, but to be above the latter is easy, and to be high and mighty towards the former is not ignoble, but to do it towards those of humble station would be low and vulgar. It would be like parading strength against the weak. And again, not to put himself in the way of honor, nor to go where others are the chief men, and to be remiss and dilatory, except in the case of some great honor or work, and to be concerned in few things, and those great and famous. It is a property of him also to be open, both in his dislikes and his likings, because concealment is a consequent of fear. Likewise to be careful for reality rather than appearance, and talk and act openly, for his contempt for others makes him a bold man, for which same reason he is apt to speak the truth, except where the principle of reserve comes in, but to be reserved towards the generality of men, and to be unable to live with reference to any other but a friend, because doing so is servile, as may be seen in that all flatterers are low, and men in low estate are flatterers. Neither is his admiration easily excited, because nothing is great in his eyes, nor does he bear malice, since remembering anything, and specially wrongs, is no part of great-mindedness, but rather overlooking them, nor does he talk of other men. In fact, he will not speak either of himself or of any other. He neither cares to be praised himself nor to have others blamed, nor again does he praise freely, and for this reason he is not apt to speak ill even of his enemies except to show contempt and insolence. And he is by no means apt to make laments about things which cannot be helped, or requests about those which are trivial, because to be thus disposed with respect to these things is consequent only upon real anxiety about them. Again, he is the kind of man to acquire what is beautiful and unproductive rather than what is productive and profitable, this being rather the part of an independent man. Also slow motion, deep-toned voice, and deliberate style of speech are thought to be characteristic of the great-minded man, for he who is earnest about few things is not likely to be in a hurry, nor he who esteems nothing great to be very intent, and sharp tones and quickness are the result of these. Chapter 5. This then is my idea of the great-minded man, and he who is in the defect is a small-minded man, he who is in the excess a vain man. However, as we observed in respect of the last character we discussed, these extremes are not thought to be vicious exactly, but only mistaken, for they do no harm. The small-minded man, for instance, being really worthy of good, deprives himself of his deserts, and seems to have somewhat faulty from not having a sufficiently high estimate of his own desert, in fact from self-ignorance, because, but for this, he would have grasped after what he really is entitled to, and that is good. Still such characters are not thought to be foolish, but rather laggards. But the having such an opinion of themselves seems to have a deteriorating effect on the character, because in all cases men's aims are regulated by their supposed desert, and thus these men under a notion of their own want. Of desert, stand aloof from honorable actions and courses, and similarly from external goods. But the vain are foolish and self-ignorant, and that palpably, because they attempt honorable things, as though they were worthy, and then they are detected. They also set themselves off, by dress, and carriage, and such like things, and desire that their good circumstances may be seen, and they talk of them under the notion of receiving honor thereby. Small-mindedness rather than vanity is opposed to great-mindedness, because it is more commonly met with and is worse. Chapter 6. Well, the virtue of great-mindedness has for its object great honor, as we have said, and there seems to be a virtue having honor also for its object, as we stated in the former book, which may seem to bear to great-mindedness the same relation that liberality does to magnificence, that is, both these virtues stand aloof from what is great but dispose us as we ought to be disposed towards moderate and small matters. Further, as in giving and receiving of wealth there is a mean state, an excess, and a defect, so likewise in grasping after honor there is the more or less than is right, and also the doing so from right sources and in right manner. For we blame the lover of honor as aiming at honor more than he ought, and from wrong sources, and him who is destitute of a love of honor as not choosing to be honored even for what is noble. Sometimes, again, we praise the lover of honor as manly and having a love for what is noble, and him who has no love for it as being moderate and modest. As we noticed also in the former discussion of these virtues, it is clear then that since lover of so and so is a term capable of several meanings, we do not always denote the same quality by the term lover of honor, but when we use it as a term of commendation we denote more than the mass of men are, when for blame more than a man should be. And the mean state having no proper name the extremes seem to dispute, for it is unoccupied ground, but of course where there is excess and defect there must be also the mean. And in point of fact, men do grasp at honor more than they should, and less, and sometimes just as they ought. For instance, this state is praised, being a mean state in regard of honor, but without any appropriate name. Compared with what is called ambition, it shows like a want of love for honor, and compared with this it shows like ambition, or compared with both, like both faults, nor is this a singular case among the virtues. Here the extreme characters appear to be opposed, because the mean has no name appropriated to it. Chapter 7. Meekness is a mean state, having for its object matter anger, and as the character in the mean has no name, and we may almost say the same of the extremes, we give the name of meekness, leaning rather to the defect, which has no name either, to the character in the mean. The excess may be called an over-aptness to anger, for the passion is anger, and the producing cause is many and various. Now he who is angry, at what and with whom he ought, and further, in right manner and time, and for proper length of time, is praised, so this man will be meek. Since meekness is praised, for the notion represented by the term meek, man is the being imperturbable, and not being led away by passion, but being angry in that manner, and at those things, and for that length of time, which reason may direct. This character, however, is thought to err rather on the side of defect, inasmuch as he is not apt to take revenge, but rather to make allowances and forgive. And the defect, call it angerlessness or what you will, is blamed, I mean, they who are not angry at things at which they ought to be angry are thought to be foolish, and they who are angry not in right manner, nor in right time, nor with those with whom they ought, for a man who labors under this Defect is thought to have no perception, nor to be pained, and to have no tendency to avenge himself, inasmuch as he feels no anger, now to bear with scurrility in one's own person, and patiently see one's own friend suffer it, is a slavish thing. As for the excess, it occurs in all forms. Men are angry with those with whom, and at things with which, they ought not to be, and more than they ought, and too hastily, and for too great a length of time. I do not mean, however, that these are combined in any one person. That would in fact be impossible, because the evil destroys itself, and if it is developed in its full force it becomes unbearable. Now those whom we term the passionate are soon angry, and with people with whom and at things at which they ought not, and in an excessive degree, but they soon cool again, which is the best point about them. And this results from their not repressing their anger, but repaying their enemies, in that they show their feelings by reason of their vehemence, and then they have done with it. The choleric again are excessively vehement, and are angry at everything, and on every occasion, whence comes their Greek name, signifying that their choler lies high. The bitter-tempered are hard to reconcile and keep their anger for a long while, because they repress the feeling, but when they have revenged themselves, then comes a lull, for the vengeance destroys their anger by producing pleasure in lieu of pain. But if this does not happen, they keep the weight on their minds, because, as it does not show itself, no one attempts to reason it away, and digesting anger within oneself takes time. Such men are very great nuisances to themselves and to their best friends. Again, we call those cross-grained who are angry at wrong objects, and in excessive degree, and for too long a time, and who are not appeased without vengeance, or at least punishing the offender. To meekness we oppose the excess rather than the defect, because it is of more common occurrence, for human nature is more disposed to take than to forego revenge, and the cross-grained are worse to live with than they who are too phlegmatic. Now, from what has been here said, that is also plain which was said before. I mean, it is no easy matter to define how, and with what persons, and at what kind of things, and how long one ought to be angry, and up to what point a person is right or is wrong. For he that transgresses the strict rule only a little, whether on the side of too much or too little, is not blamed. Sometimes we praise those who are deficient in the feeling and call them meek. Sometimes we call the irritable-spirited as being well qualified for government. So it is not easy to lay down, in so many words, for what degree or kind of transgression a man is blamable, because the decision is in particulars, and rests therefore with the moral sense. Thus much, however, is plain, that the mean state is praiseworthy, in virtue of which we are angry with those with whom, and at those things with which, we ought to be angry, and in right manner, and so on, while the excesses and defects are blamable, slightly so if only slight, more so if greater, and when considerable very blamable. It is clear, therefore, that the mean state is what we are to hold to. This then is to be taken as our account of the various moral states, which have anger for their object matter. Chapter 8. Next, as regards social intercourse and interchange of words and acts. Some men are thought to be over-complaisant who, with a view solely to giving pleasure, agree to everything and never oppose, but think their line is to give no pain to those they are thrown amongst. They, on the other hand, are called cross and contentious who take exactly the contrary line to these, and oppose in everything, and have no care at all whether they give pain or not. Now it is quite clear, of course, that the states I have named are blamable, and that the mean between them is praiseworthy, in virtue of which a man will let pass what he ought as he ought, and also will object in like manner. However, this state has no name appropriated, but it is most like friendship, since the man who exhibits it is just the kind of man whom we would call the amiable friend, with the addition of strong earnest affection. But then this is the very point in which it differs from friendship, that it is quite independent of any feeling or strong affection for those among whom the man mixes. I mean that he takes everything as he ought, not from any feeling of love or hatred, but simply because his natural disposition leads him to do so. He will do it alike to those whom he does know and those whom he does not, and those with whom he is intimate and those with whom he is not, only in each case as propriety requires, because it is not fitting to care alike for intimates and strangers, nor again to pain them alike. It has been stated in a general way that his social intercourse will be regulated by propriety, and his aim will be to avoid giving pain and to contribute to pleasure, but with a constant reference to what is noble and expedient. His proper object matter seems to be the pleasures and pains which arise out of social intercourse, but whenever it is not honorable or even hurtful to him to contribute to pleasure, in these instances he will run counter and prefer to give pain, or if the things in question involve unseemliness to the doer, and this not inconsiderable, or any harm, whereas his opposition will cause some little pain, here he will not agree but will run counter. Again, he will regulate differently his intercourse with great men and with ordinary men, and with all people according to the knowledge he has of them, and in like manner, taking in any other differences which may exist, giving to each his due, and in itself preferring to give pleasure and cautious not to give pain, but still guided by the results, I mean by what is noble and expedient according as they preponderate. Again, he will inflict trifling pain with a view to consequent pleasure. Well, the man bearing the mean character is pretty well such as I have described him, but he has no name appropriated to him of those who try to give pleasure. The man who simply and disinterestedly tries to be agreeable is called over-complaisant. He who does it with a view to secure some profit in the way of wealth, or those things which wealth may procure, is a flatterer. I have said before that the man who is always non-content is cross and contentious. Here the extremes have the appearance of being opposed to one another, because the mean has no appropriate name. Chapter 9. The mean state which steers clear of exaggeration has pretty much the same object matter as the last we described, and likewise has no name appropriated to it. Still, it may be as well to go over these states, because, in the first place, by a particular discussion of each we shall be better acquainted with the general subject of moral character, and next we shall be the more convinced that the virtues are mean states by seeing that this is universally the case. In respect then of living in society, those who carry on this intercourse with a view to pleasure and pain have been already spoken of. We will now go on to speak of those who are true or false, alike in their words and deeds and in the claims which they advance. Now the exaggerator is thought to have a tendency to lay claim to things reflecting credit on him, both when they do not belong to him at all and also in greater degree than that in which they really do. Whereas the reserved man, on the contrary, denies those which really belong to him or else depreciates them, while the mean character, being a plain matter-of-fact person, is truthful in life and word, admitting the existence of what does really belong to him and making it neither greater nor less than the truth. It is possible, of course, to take any of these lines either with or without some further view, but in general men speak and act and live, each according to his particular character and disposition, unless indeed a man is acting from any special motive. Now since falsehood is in itself low and blamable, while truth is noble and praiseworthy, it follows that the truthful man, who is also in the mean, is praiseworthy, and the two who depart from strict truth are both blamable, but especially the exaggerator. We will now speak of each, and first of the truthful man. I call him truthful, because we are not now meaning the man who is true in his agreements, nor in such matters as amount to justice or injustice. This would come within the province of a different virtue, but in such as do not involve any such serious difference as this, the man we are describing is true in life and word simply because he is in a certain moral state, and he that is such must be judged to be a good man, for he that has a love for truth as such, and is guided by it in matters indifferent, will be so likewise even more in such as are not indifferent, for surely he will have a dread of falsehood as base, since he shunned it even in itself, and he that is of such a character is praiseworthy, yet he leans rather to that which is below the truth, this having an appearance of being in better taste because exaggerations are so hateful. As for the man who lays claim to things above what really belongs to him without any special motive, he is like a base man, because he would not otherwise have taken pleasure in falsehood, but he shows as a fool rather than as a knave. But if a man does this with a special motive, suppose for honor or glory, as the braggart does, then he is not so very blameworthy, but if, directly or indirectly, for pecuniary considerations, he is more unseemly. Now the braggart is such not by his power but by his purpose, that is to say, in virtue of his moral state, and because he is a man of a certain kind, just as there are liars who take pleasure in falsehood for its own sake, while others lie from a desire of glory or gain. They who exaggerate with a view to glory pretend to such qualities as are followed by praise or highest congratulation. They who do it with a view to gain assume those which their neighbors can avail themselves of, and the absence of which can be concealed, as a man's being a skillful soothsayer or physician, and accordingly most men pretend to such things and exaggerate in this direction, because the faults I have mentioned are in them. The reserved, who depreciate their own qualities, have the appearance of being more refined in their characters, because they are not thought to speak with a view to gain but to avoid grandeur. One very common trait in such characters is their denying common current opinions, as Socrates used to do. There are people who lay claim falsely to small things and thinks the falsity of their pretensions to which is obvious. These are called factotums and are very despicable. This very reserve sometimes shows like exaggeration. Take, for instance, the excessive plainness of dress affected by the Lacedaemonians. In fact, both excess and the extreme of deficiency partake of the nature of exaggeration. But they who practice reserve in moderation, and in cases in which the truth is not very obvious and plain, give an impression of refinement. Here it is the exaggerator, as being the worst character, who appears to be opposed to the truthful man. Chapter 10. Next, as life has its pauses and in them admits of pastime combined with jocularity, it is thought that in this respect also there is a kind of fitting intercourse, and that rules may be prescribed as to the kind of things one should say and the manner of saying them, and in respect of hearing likewise, and there will be a difference between the saying and hearing such and such things. It is plain that in regard to these things also there will be an excess and defect and a mean. Now they who exceed in the ridiculous are judged to be buffoons, and vulgar, catching at it in any and every way and at any cost, and aiming rather at raising laughter than at saying what is seemly, and at avoiding to pain the object of their wit. They, on the other hand, who would not for the world make a joke themselves and are displeased with, such as do are thought to be clownish and stern. But they who are jocular in good taste are denominated by a Greek term expressing properly ease of movement, because such are thought to be, as one may say, motions of the moral character, and as bodies are judged of by their motions, so too are moral characters. Now as the ridiculous lies on the surface, and the majority of men take more pleasure than they ought in jocularity and jesting, the buffoons too get this name of easy pleasantry, as if refined and gentlemanlike. But that they differ from these, and considerably too, is plain from what has been said. One quality which belongs to the mean state is tact. It is characteristic of a man of tact to say and listen to such things as are fit for a good man and a gentleman to say and listen to, for there are things which are becoming for such a one to say and listen to in the way of jocularity, and there is a difference between the jocularity of the gentleman and that of the vulgarian, and again, between that of the educated and uneducated man. This you may see from a comparison of the old and new comedy. In the former obscene talk made the fun, in the latter it is rather innuendo, and this is no slight difference underscore as regards decency underscore. Well then, are we to characterize him who jests well by his saying what is becoming a gentleman, or by his avoiding to pain the object of his wit, or even by his giving him pleasure? Or will not such a definition be vague, since different things are hateful and pleasant to different men? Be this as it may, whatever he says, such things will he also listen to, since it is commonly held that a man will do what he will bear to hear. This must, however, be limited. A man will not do quite all that he will hear, because jesting is a species of scurrility, and there are some points of scurrility forbidden by law. It may be certain points of jesting should have been also so forbidden. So then the refined and gentlemanlike man will bear himself thus as being a law to himself. Such is the mean character, whether denominated the man of tact or of easy pleasantry. But the buffoon cannot resist the ridiculous, sparing neither himself nor anyone else, so that he can but raise his laugh, saying things of such kind as no man of refinement would say, and some which he would not even tolerate if said by others in his hearing. The clownish man is for such intercourse wholly useless, inasmuch as, contributing nothing jocose of his own, he is savage with all who do. Yet some pause and amusement in life are generally judged to be indispensable. The three mean states which have been described do occur in life, and the object matter of all is interchange of words and deeds. They differ in that one of them is concerned with truth, and the other too with the pleasurable, and of these two again, the one is conversant with the jocosities of life, the other with all other points of social intercourse. Chapter 11. To speak of shame as a virtue is incorrect, because it is much more like a feeling than a moral state. It is defined, we know, to be gay kind of fear of disgrace, and its effects are similar to those of the fear of danger, for they who feel shame grow red, and they who fear death turn pale. So both are evidently in a way physical, which is thought to be a mark of a feeling rather than a moral state. Moreover, it is a feeling not suitable to every age, but only to youth. We do think that the young should be shamefaced, because since they live at the beck and call of passion, they do much that is wrong, and shame acts on them as a check. In fact, we praise such young men as are shamefaced, but no one would ever praise an old man for being given to it, inasmuch as we hold that he ought not to do things which cause Shame, for shame, since it arises at low bad actions, does not at all belong to the good man, because such ought not to be done at all, nor does it make any difference to allege that some things are disgraceful, really, others only because they are thought so, for neither should be done, so that a man ought not to be in the position of feeling shame. In truth, to be such a man as to do anything disgraceful is the part of a faulty character, and for a man to be such that he would feel shame if he should do anything disgraceful, and to think that this constitutes him a good man, is absurd, because shame is felt at voluntary actions only, and a good man will never voluntarily do what is base. True it is that shame may be good on a certain supposition, as if a man should do such things, he would feel shamed, but then the virtues are good in themselves, and not merely in supposed cases. And, granted, that impudence and the not being ashamed to do what is disgraceful is base, it does not the more follow that it is good for a man to do such things and feel shame. Nor is self-control properly a virtue, but a kind of mixed state. However, all about this shall be set forth in a future book. Book V. Chapter 1. Now the points for our inquiry in respect of justice and injustice are: what kind of actions are their object matter, and what kind of a mean state justice is, and between what points the abstract principle of it, i.e. the just, is a mean. And our inquiry shall be, if you please, conducted in the same method as we have observed in the foregoing parts of this treatise. We see then that all men mean by the term justice a moral state such that in consequence of it men have the capacity of doing what is just, and actually do it, and wish it sad smiley one. Similarly also with respect to injustice, a moral state such that in consequence of it men do unjustly, and wish what is unjust. Let us also be content then with these as a groundwork sketched out. I mention the two, because the same does not hold with regard to states, whether of mind or body, as with regard to sciences or faculties. I mean that whereas it is thought that the same faculty or science embraces contraries, a state will not, from health, for instance, not the contrary acts are done but the healthy ones only. We say a man walks healthily when he walks as the healthy man would. However, of the two contrary states the one may be frequently known from the other, and oftentimes the states from their subject matter. If it be seen clearly what a good state of body is, then is it also seen what a bad state is, and from the things which belong to a good state of body the good state itself is seen, and underscore vice versa underscore. If, for instance, the good state is firmness of flesh, it follows that the bad state is flabbiness of flesh, and whatever causes firmness of flesh is connected with the good state. It follows moreover in general, too, that if of two contrary terms the one is used in many senses, so also will the other be, as, for instance, if of the just, then also the unjust. Now justice and injustice do seem to be used respectively in many senses, but because the line of demarcation between these is very fine and minute, 3, it commonly escapes notice that they are thus used, and it is not plain and manifest as where the various significations of terms are widely different, for in these last the visible difference is great. For instance, the word is used equivocally to denote the bone which is under the neck of animals and the instrument with which people close doors. Let it be ascertained then in how many senses the term unjust man is used. Well, he who violates the law, and he who is a grasping man, and the unequal man, are all thought to be unjust, and so manifestly the just man will be the man who acts according to law, and the equal man the just then will be the lawful and the equal, and the unjust the unlawful and the unequal. Well, since the unjust man is also a grasping man, he will be so, of course, with respect to good things, but not of every kind, only those which are the subject matter of good and bad fortune, and which are in themselves always good, but not always to the individual. For yet men pray for and pursue these things, this they should not do, but pray that things which are in the abstract good may be so also to them, and choose what is good for themselves. But the unjust man does not always choose actually the greater part, but even sometimes the less, as in the case of things which are simply evil. Still, since the less evil is thought to be in a manner a good, and the grasping is after good, therefore even in this case he is thought to be a grasping man, _one who strives for more good than fairly falls to his share. Of course he is also an unequal man, this being an inclusive and common term. Chapter 2. We said that the violator of law is unjust, and the keeper of the law just. Further, it is plain that all lawful things are in a manner just, because by lawful we understand what have been defined by the legislative power, and each of these we say is just. The laws too give directions on all points, aiming either at the common good of all, or that of the best, or that of those in power, taking for the standard real goodness, or adopting some other estimate. In one way we mean by just those things which are apt to produce and preserve happiness and its ingredients for the social community. Further, the law commands the doing the deeds not only of the brave man, as not leaving the ranks, nor flying, nor throwing away one's arms, but those also of the perfectly self-mastering man, as abstinence from adultery and wantonness, and those of the meek man, as refraining from striking others or using abusive language, and in like manner in respect of the other virtues and vices, commanding some things and forbidding others, rightly if it is a good law, in a way somewhat inferior if it is one extemporized. Now this justice is in fact perfect virtue, yet not simply so, but as exercised towards one's neighbor, and for this reason justice is thought oftentimes to be the best of the virtues, and neither Hesper nor the morning star so worthy of our admiration. And in a proverbial saying we express the same. All virtue is in justice comprehended, and it is in a special sense perfect virtue, because it is the practice of perfect virtue, and perfect it is because he that has it is able to practice his virtue towards his neighbor, and not merely on himself. I mean, there are many who can practice virtue in the regulation of their own personal conduct, who are wholly unable to do it in transactions with their neighbor, and for this reason that saying of bias is thought to be a good one. Rule will show what a man is, for he who bears rule is necessarily in contact with others, i.e. in a community, and for this same reason justice alone of all the virtues is thought to be a good to others, because it has immediate relation to some other person, inasmuch as the just man does what is advantageous to another, either to his ruler or fellow subject. Now he is the basest of men who practices vice not only in his own person, 5, but towards his friends also, but he the best who practices virtue not merely in his own person but towards his neighbor, for this is a matter of some difficulty. However, justice in this sense is not a part of virtue, but is coextensive with virtue, nor is the injustice which answers to it a part of vice, but coextensive with vice. Now wherein justice in this sense differs from virtue appears from what has been said. It is the same really, but the point of view is not the same, in so far as it has respect to one's neighbor. It is justice, in so far as it is such and such a moral state. It is simply virtue. Chapter 3. But the object of our inquiry is justice, in the sense in which it is a part of virtue, for there is such a thing, as we commonly say, and likewise with respect to particular injustice, and of the existence of this last the following consideration is a proof there are many vices, by practicing which a man acts unjustly, of course, but does not grasp at more than his share of good, if, for instance, by reason of cowardice he throws away his shield, or by reason of ill temper he uses abusive language, or by reason of stinginess does not give a friend pecuniary assistance, but whenever he does a grasping action, it is often in the way of none of these vices, certainly not in all of them, still in the way of some vice or other, for we blame him, and in the way of injustice. There is then some kind of injustice distinct from that coextensive with vice and related to it as a part to a whole, and some unjust related to that which is coextensive with violation of the law as a part to a whole. Again, suppose one man seduces a man's wife with a view to gain and actually get some advantage by it, 6, and another does the same from impulse of lust, at an expense of money and damage, this latter will be thought to be rather destitute of self-mastery than a grasping man, and the former unjust but not destitute of self-mastery. Now why? Plainly, because of his gaining. Again, all other acts of injustice we refer to some particular depravity, as, if a man commits adultery, to abandonment to his passions; if he deserts his comrade, to cowardice; if he strikes another, to anger; but if he gains by the act to no other vice than to injustice. Thus it is clear that there is a kind of injustice different from and besides that which includes all vice, having the same name because the definition is in the same genus, for both have their force in dealings with others, but the one acts upon honor, or wealth, or safety, or by whatever one name we can include all these things, and is actuated by pleasure attendant on gain, while the other acts upon all things which constitute the sphere of the good man's action. Chapter 4. Now that there is more than one kind of justice, and that there is one which is distinct from and besides that which is coextensive with virtue, is plain, we must next ascertain what it is, and what are its characteristics. Well, the unjust has been divided into the unlawful and the unequal, and the just accordingly into the lawful and the equal. The aforementioned injustice is in the way of the unlawful, and as the unequal and the more, 7, are not the same, but differing as part to whole, because all more is unequal, but not all unequal more, so the unjust and the injustice we are now in search of are not the same with, but other than those before mentioned, the one being the parts, the other the wholes, for this particular injustice is a part of the injustice coextensive with vice, and likewise this justice of the justice coextensive with virtue. So that what we have now to speak of is the particular justice and injustice, and likewise the particular just and unjust. Here then let us dismiss any further consideration of the justice, ranking as coextensive with virtue, being the practice of virtue in all its bearings towards others, and of the correlative injustice, being similarly the practice of vice. It is clear too, that we must separate off the just and the unjust involved in these, because one may pretty well say that most lawful things are those which naturally result in action from virtue in its fullest sense, because the law enjoins the living in accordance with each virtue and forbids living in accordance with each vice, and the producing causes of virtue in all its bearings are those enactments which have been made respecting education for society. By the way, as to individual education, in respect of which a man is simply good without reference to others, whether it is the province of or some other science we must determine at a future time. 4. It may be it is not the same thing to be a good man and a good citizen. In every case. 8. Chapter 5. Now of the particular justice, and the just involved in it. 1. Species is that which is concerned in the distributions of honor or wealth, or such other things as are to be shared among the members of the social community, because in these one man as compared with another may have either an equal or an unequal share, and the other is that which is corrective in the various transactions between man and man. And of this latter there are two parts, because of transactions some are voluntary and some involuntary. Voluntary, such as follow, selling, buying, use, bail, borrowing, deposit, hiring, and this class is called voluntary because the origination of these transactions is voluntary. The involuntary again are either such as affect secrecy, as theft, adultery, poisoning, pimping, kidnapping of slaves, assassination, false witness, or accompanied with open violence, as insult, bonds, death, plundering, maiming, foul language, slanderous abuse. Chapter 6. Well, the unjust man we have said is unequal, and the abstract unjust. Unequal, further, it is plain that there is some mean of the unequal, that is to say, the equal or exact half, because in whatever action there is the greater and the less there is also the equal, i.e. the exact half. If then the unjust is unequal, the just is equal, which all must allow without further proof, and as the equal is a mean, the just must be also a mean. Now the equal implies two terms at least. It follows then that the just is both a mean and equal, and these two certain persons, and in so far as it is a mean between certain things, that is, the greater and the less, and so far as it is equal between two, and in so far as it is just, it is so to certain persons. The just then must imply for terms at least, for those 9 to which it is just are 2, and the terms representing the things are 2. And there will be the same equality between the terms representing the persons, as between those representing the things, because as the latter are to one another so are the former, for if the persons are not equal they must not have equal shares. In fact this is the very source of all the quarrelling and wrangling in the world, when either they who are equal have and get awarded to them things not equal, or being not equal those things which are equal. Again, the necessity of this equality of ratios is shown by the common phrase according to rate. For all agree that the just in distributions ought to be according to some rate, but what that rate is to be, all do not agree. The Democrats are for freedom, oligarchs for wealth, others for nobleness of birth, and the aristocratic party for virtue. The just, then, is a certain proportionable thing. For proportion does not apply merely to number in the abstract, 10, but to number generally, since it is equality of ratios, and implies for terms at least that this is the case in what may be called discrete proportion, is plain and obvious, but it is true also in continual proportion, for this uses the one term as 2, and mentions it twice. Thus A, B, C may be expressed A at B at B, C. In the first, B is named twice, and so, if, as in the second, B is actually written twice, the proportionals will be for, and the just likewise implies for terms at the least, and the ratio between the two pair of terms is the same, because the persons and the things are divided similarly. It will stand then thus: A, B, C laughing smiley, and then permutando A, C colon B laughing smiley, and then, supposing C and D to represent the things A plus C and B plus D E A B, the distribution in fact consisting In putting together these terms thus, and if they are put together so, as to preserve this same ratio, the distribution puts them together justly, 11, so then the joining together of the first and third and second and fourth proportionals is the just in the distribution, and this just is the mean relatively to that which violates the proportionate, for the proportionate is a mean and the just is proportionate. Now mathematicians call this kind of proportion geometrical, for in geometrical proportion the whole is to the whole as each part to each part. Furthermore, this proportion is not continual, because the person and thing do not make up one term. The just then is this proportionate, and the unjust that which violates the proportionate, and so there comes to be the greater and the less, which in fact is the case in actual transactions, because he who acts unjustly has the greater share, and he who is treated unjustly has the less of what is good, but in the case of what is bad this is reversed. For the less evil compared with the greater comes to be reckoned for good, because the less evil is more choice-worthy than the greater, and what is choice-worthy is good, and the more so the greater good. This then is the one species of the just. Chapter 7. And the remaining one is the corrective, which arises in voluntary as well as involuntary transactions. Now this just has a different form from the aforementioned, for that which is concerned in distribution of common property is always according to the aforementioned proportion. I mean that, if the division is made out of common property, the shares will bear the same proportion to one another as the original contributions did, and the unjust which is opposite to this just is that which violates the proportionate. But the just which arises in transactions between men is unequal in a certain sense, and the unjust and unequal, only not in the way of that proportion but of arithmetical. 12, because it makes no difference whether a robbery, for instance, is committed by a good man on a bad or by a bad man on a good, nor whether a good or a bad man has committed adultery. The law looks only to the difference created by the injury, and treats the men as previously equal, where the one does and the other suffers injury, or the one has done and the other suffered harm. And so this unjust, being unequal, the judge endeavors to reduce to equality again, because really when the one party has been wounded and the other has struck him, or the one kills and the other dies, the suffering and the doing are divided into unequal shares. Well, the judge tries to restore equality by penalty, thereby taking from the gain. For these terms gain and loss are applied to these cases, though perhaps the term in some particular instance may not be strictly proper, as gain, for instance, to the man who has given a blow, and loss to him who has received it. Still, when the suffering has been estimated, the one is called loss and the other gain, and so the equal is a mean between the more and the less, which represent gain and loss in contrary ways. I mean that the more of good and the less of evil is gain, the less of good and the more of evil is loss, between which the equal was stated to be a mean, which equal we say is just, and so the corrective just must be the mean between loss and gain. And this is the reason why, upon a dispute arising, men have recourse to the judge. Going to the judge is in fact going to the just, for the judge is meant to be the personification of the just. 13, and men seek a judge as one in the mean, which is expressed in a name given by some to judges or middlemen, under the notion that if they can hit on the mean they shall hit on the just. The just is then surely a mean, since the judge is also. So it is the office of a judge to make things equal, and the line, as it were, having been unequally divided, he takes from the greater part that by which it exceeds the half, and adds this on to the less. And When the whole is divided into two exactly equal portions, then men say, they have their own, when they have gotten the equal, and the equal is a mean between the greater and the less according to arithmetical equality. This, by the way, accounts for the etymology of the term by which we in Greek express the ideas of just and judge, quasi, that is in two parts, and quasi, he who divides into two parts. For when from one of two equal magnitude somewhat has been taken and added to the other, this latter exceeds the former by twice that portion, if it had been merely taken from the former and not added to the latter, then the latter would have exceeded the former only by that one portion, but in the other case, the greater exceeds the mean by one, and the mean exceeds also by one that magnitude from which the portion was taken. By this illustration, then, we obtain a rule to determine what one ought to take from him who has the greater, and what to add to him who has the less. The excess of the mean over the less must be added to the less, and the excess of the greater over the mean be taken from the greater. Thus let there be three straight lines equal to one another. From one of them cut off a portion, and add as much to another of them. The whole line thus made will exceed the remainder of the first named line by twice the portion added, and will exceed the untouched line by that portion. 14. And these terms loss and gain are derived from voluntary exchange, that is to say, the having more than what was one's own is called gaining, and the having less than one's original stock is called losing. For instance, in buying or selling, or any other transactions, which are guaranteed by law, but when the result is neither more nor less, but exactly the same as there was originally. 15. People say they have their own, and neither lose nor gain. So then the just we have been speaking of is a mean between loss and gain arising in involuntary transactions. That is, it is the having the same after the transaction as one had before it took place. Chapter 8. There are people who have a notion that reciprocation is simply just, as the Pythagoreans said, for they defined the just simply and without qualification as that which reciprocates with another. But this simple reciprocation will not fit on either to the distributive just or the corrective, and yet this is the interpretation they put on the Rhadamanthean rule of just. If a man should suffer what he hath done, then there would be straightforward justice. For in many cases differences arise, as, for instance, suppose one in authority has struck a man, he is not to be struck in turn, or if a man has struck one in authority, he must not only be struck but punished also. 16. And again, the voluntariness or involuntariness of actions makes a great difference. But in dealings of exchange, such a principle of justice as this reciprocation forms the bond of union, but then it must be reciprocation according to proportion and not exact equality, because by proportionate reciprocity of action the social community is held together, for either reciprocation of evil is meant, and if this be not allowed, it is thought to be a servile condition of things, or else reciprocation of good, and if this be not effected, then there is no admission to participation, which is the very bond of their union. And this is the moral of placing the temple of the graces in the public streets, to impress the notion that there may be requital, this being peculiar to 17, because a man ought to requite with a good turn the man who has done him a favor, and then to become himself the originator of another by doing him a favor. Now the acts of mutual giving in due proportion may be represented by the diameters of a parallelogram, at the four angles of which the parties and their wares are so placed that the side connecting the parties be opposite to that connecting the wares, and each party be connected by one side with his own ware, as in the accompanying diagram. Illustration: the builder is to receive from the shoemaker of his ware, and to give him of his own, if then there be first proportionate equality, and then the reciprocation takes place, there will be the just result, which we are speaking of. If not, there is not the equal, nor will the connection stand, for there is no reason why the ware of the one may not be better than that of the other, and therefore before the exchange is made they must have been equalized. And this is so also in the other arts, for they would have been destroyed entirely if there were not a correspondence in point of quantity and quality between the producer and the consumer. For, we must remember, no dealing arises between two of the same kind, two physicians, for instance, but say between a physician and agriculturist, or, to state it generally, between those who are different and not equal, but these of course must have been equalized before the exchange can take place. It is therefore indispensable that all things which can be exchanged should be capable of comparison, and for this purpose money has come in, and comes to be a kind of medium, for it measures all things, and so likewise the excess and defect. For instance, how many shoes are equal to a house or a given quantity of food? As then the builder to the shoemaker, so many shoes must be to the house or food, if instead of a builder and agriculturist be the exchanging party, for unless there is this proportion there cannot be exchange or dealing, and this proportion cannot be unless the terms are in some way equal. Hence the need, as was stated above, of some one measure of all things. Now this is really and truly the demand for them, which is the common bond of all such dealings. For if the parties were not in want at all or not similarly of one another's wares, there would either not be any exchange, or at least not the same. And money has come to be, by general agreement, a representative of demand, and the account of its Greek name is this, that it is what it is not naturally but by custom or law, and it rests with us to change its value, or make it wholly useless. Very well then, there will be reciprocation when the terms have been equalized so as to stand in this proportion: agriculturist, shoemaker, wares of shoemaker, wares of agriculturist, but you must bring them to this form of proportion when they exchange, otherwise the one extreme will combine both exceedings of the mean. Sad smiley 18, but when they have exactly their own, then they are equal and have dealings, because the same equality can come to be in their case. Let a represent an agriculturist, C food, B a shoemaker, D his wares equalized with A's. Then the proportion will be correct. A, B, C laughing smiley, underscore now underscore reciprocation will be practicable. If it were not, there would have been no dealing. Now that what connects men in such transactions is demand, as being some one thing, is shown by the fact that, when either one does not want the other or neither want one another, they do not exchange at all, whereas they do. 19. When one wants what the other man has, wine, for instance, giving in return corn for exportation. And further, money is a kind of security to us in respect of exchange. At some future time, supposing that one wants nothing now, that we shall have it when we do, the theory of money being that whenever one brings it one can receive commodities in exchange. Of course this too is liable to depreciation, for its purchasing power is not always the same, but still it is of a more permanent nature than the commodities it represents. And this is the reason why all things should have a price set upon them, because thus there may be exchange at any time, and if exchange then dealing. So money, like a measure, making all things commensurable, equalizes them, for if there was not exchange, there would not have been dealing, nor exchange if there were not equality. nor equality if there were not the capacity of being commensurate. It is impossible that things so greatly different should be really commensurate, but we can approximate sufficiently for all practical purposes in reference to demand. The common measure must be some one thing, and also from agreement, for which reason it is called. For this makes all things commensurable. In fact, all things are measured by money. Let B represent 10 minae, a house worth 5 minae, or in other words half B, C a bed worth 1/10 of B. It is clear. Then how many beds are equal to one house, namely 5? It is obvious also that exchange was thus conducted before the existence of money, for it makes no difference whether you give for a house 5 beds or the price of 5 beds. Chapter 9. We have now said then what the abstract just and unjust are, and these having been defined, it is plain that just acting is a mean between acting unjustly and being acted unjustly towards, the former being equivalent to having more, and the latter to having less. But justice, it must be observed, is a mean state not after the same manner as the forementioned virtues, but because it aims at producing the mean, while injustice occupies both the extremes. And justice is the moral state in virtue of which the just man is said to have the aptitude for practicing the just in the way of moral choice, and for making division between himself and another, or between two other men, not so as to give to himself the greater and to his neighbor the less share of what is choice-worthy, and contrariwise of what is hurtful, but what is proportionably equal, and in like manner when adjudging the rights of two other men. Injustice is all this with respect to the unjust, and since the unjust is excess or defect of what is good or hurtful respectively, in violation of the proportionate, therefore injustice is both excess and defect, because it aims at producing excess and defect. Excess, that is, in a man's own case of what is simply advantageous, and defect of what is hurtful, and in the case of other men in like manner, generally speaking, only that the proportionate is violated not always in one direction as before, but whichever way it happens in the given case. And of the unjust act the less is being acted unjustly towards, and the greater the acting unjustly towards others. 20. Let this way of describing the nature of justice and injustice, and likewise the just and the unjust generally, be accepted as sufficient. Chapter 10. Again, since a man may do unjust acts and not yet have formed a character of injustice, the question arises whether a man is unjust in each particular form of injustice, say a thief, or adulterer, or robber, by doing acts of a given character. We may say, I think, that this will not of itself make any difference. A man may, for instance, have had connection with another's wife, knowing well with whom he was sinning, but he may have done it not of deliberate choice but from the impulse of passion. Of course he acts unjustly, but he has not necessarily formed an unjust character. That is, he may have stolen yet not be a thief, or committed an act of adultery but still not be an adulterer, and so on in other cases which might be enumerated. 21. Of the relation which reciprocation bears to the just we have already spoken, and here it should be noticed that the just which we are investigating is both the just in the abstract and also as exhibited in social relations, which latter arises in the case of those who live in communion with a view to independence and who are free and equal either proportionately or numerically. 22. It follows then that those who are not in this position have not among themselves the social just, but still just of some kind and resembling that other. For just implies mutually acknowledged law, and law the possibility of injustice, for adjudication is the act of distinguishing between the just and the unjust, and among whomsoever there is the possibility of injustice among these, there is that of acting unjustly, but it does not hold conversely that injustice attaches to all among whom there is the possibility of acting unjustly, since by the former we mean giving oneself the larger share of what is abstractedly good and the less of what is abstractedly evil. This, by the way, is the reason why we do not allow a man to govern, but principle, because a man governs for himself and comes to be a despot, but the office of a ruler is to be guardian of the just and, therefore, of the equal. Well then, since he seems to have no peculiar personal advantage, supposing him a just man, for in this case he does not allot to himself the larger share of what is abstractedly good, unless it falls to his share proportionately, for which reason he really governs for others, and so justice, men say, is a good not to oneself so much as to others, as was mentioned before. Therefore, some compensation must be given him, as there actually is in the shape of honor and privilege, and wherever these are not adequate there, rulers turn into despots. But the just which arises in the relations of master and father is not identical with, but similar to, these, because there is no possibility of injustice towards those things which are absolutely one's own, and a slave or child, so long as this last is of a certain age and not separated into an independent being, is, as it were, part of a man's self, and no man chooses to hurt himself, for which reason there cannot be injustice towards one's own self. Therefore neither is there the social unjust or just, which was stated to be in accordance with law, and to exist between those among whom law naturally exists, and these were said to be they to whom belongs equality of ruling and being ruled. Hence also there is just rather between a man and his wife than between a man and his children or slaves. This is in fact the just arising in domestic relations, and this too is different from the social just. Further, this last mentioned just is of two kinds, natural and conventional, the former being that which has everywhere the same force, and does not depend upon being received or not, the latter being that which originally may be this way or that indifferently but not after enactment, for instance, the price of ransom being fixed at a mina, or the sacrificing a goat instead of 2 sheep, and again, all cases of special enactment, as the sacrificing to proceed as a hero, in short, all matters of special decree. But there are some men who think that all the justs are of this latter kind, and on this ground, whatever exists by nature, they say, is unchangeable and has everywhere the same force. Fire, for instance, burns not here only but in Persia as well, but the justs they see changed in various places. Now this is not really so, and yet it is in a way, though among the gods perhaps by no means, still even amongst ourselves there is somewhat existing by nature, allowing that everything is subject to change. Still there is that which does exist by nature, and that which does not. 23. Nay, we may go further, and say that it is practically plain what among things which can be otherwise does exist by nature, and what does not, but is dependent upon enactment and conventional, even granting that both are alike subject to be changed, and the same distinctive illustration will apply to this and other cases. The right hand is naturally the stronger, still some men may become equally strong in both. A parallel may be drawn between the justs which depend upon convention and expedience, and measures, for wine and corn measures are not equal in all places, but where men buy they are large, and where these same sell again they are smaller. Well, in like manner the justs which are not natural, but of human invention, are not everywhere the same. 4. Not even the forms of government are, and yet there is one only which, by nature, would be best in all places. Chapter 11. Now of justs and lawfuls each bears to the acts which embody and exemplify the relation of an universal to a particular, the acts being many, but each of the principles only singular because each is an universal. And so there is a difference between an unjust act and the abstract unjust, and the just act and the abstract just. I mean, a thing is unjust in itself, by nature or by ordinance. Well, when this has been embodied in act, there is an unjust act, but not till then. Only some unjust thing. 24. And similarly of a just act, perhaps, is more correctly the common or generic term for just act, the word which I have here used, meaning generally and properly the act corrective of the unjust act. Now as to each of them, what kinds there are, and how many, and what is their object matter, we must examine afterwards. For the present we proceed to say that, the justs and the unjusts being what have been mentioned, a man is said to act unjustly or justly when he embodies these abstracts in voluntary actions, but when involuntary, then he neither acts unjustly or justly except